Here on SABC News Channel 404. We are coming to you live indeed from the parliamentary precinct, and that is where over the next few hours, about what, 6 hours
I would say.
We will be bringing you live the State of the Nation address to be delivered by President Jacob Zuma. This, of course, being the one State of the Nation address that everyone is looking forward to seeing what it is that's going to happen, what it is that he is going to say, given a whole range of things that have been happening over the past few days, over the past few weeks, and indeed over the past few months. But we're not alone. We are with our colleagues in Johannesburg. We're going to hand over to them to be able to say their hellos before we start with our broadcast. Over to you guys.
Yeah, hello and welcome to the special broadcast. My name, of course, Eben Jansen. Myself and Francis Hurd will be, manning the ship here from Johannesburg today. Francis?
Manning and womaning the ship.
There we go.
Very good. A very good afternoon to you. And, of course, this State of the Nation, it's being said, is his toughest years. Now, we say that every year. The toughest budget yet, the toughest State of the Nation yet. But it certainly is for President Jacob Zuma. That's only expected to kick off at about 7 o'clock. So we'll be bringing you all the protest action, all the fanfare on the red carpet, and a lot of views from across South Africa. What do they want to hear from President Jacob Zuma ahead of that State of the Nation address tonight?
Yeah, it's one of the longest days for us broadcasters of the year here in South Africa. If you've just joined us, we'll go on, I'm told, until midnight tonight. Francis, is that right?
Till about 9 o'clock. Well, it depends what happens, but the speech officially kicking off at about 7 o'clock. And a lot of stuff before that. Last time, of course, it extended because of what was happening inside and outside of Parliament. And, of course, we didn't stick to time last year, so it's anybody's guess at this moment.
Now, Francis, you're in prime position to handle today because this SONA, as people call it, would sit right in your wheelhouse. Everyone's talking about the economy. It's going to be the money in the markets. Investor confidence has to be restored. All these kinds of things. I see you've been working some other shows a little bit earlier in the day, and you guys were right on top of that.
So, of course, the big focus here, and it's become political as well, is the sacking of Nhlanhla Nene, the former finance minister. And that will be in focus. And, yes, investors are talking about a need for trust to be restored, a need for the president to say the right noises. Another thing is South Africa is flirting with recession, and that's real. We're not going to go into negative growth, but we're going to grow at about 1% this year, and that means anything could go wrong, and then we can move into recession. But let's do more of that economic view a little bit later. We are going to take you to Parliament and just get a view of what's happening right now. I think Vuyo and Leanne are standing by once more.
All right, thank you so much. That's the Johannesburg studio, of course, that are going to be crossing to regions, and they're also going to be having some analysis there in the Johannesburg studio. But we are here in Cape Town, and our studio is set up right outside the parliamentary precinct, and the red carpet is behind us, and there's going to be a lot of action happening in, I would imagine, just a few minutes' time. We've got so many of the MPs that we're expecting to arrive. In fact, much earlier today, I saw Mangosuthu Buthelezi arriving, and he came much earlier than anticipated. Perhaps he didn't really want to do all the fanfare and the red carpet stuff, although that is the fun part to do. But you never know, he might just make his way back there and decide to do it all over again.
Well, he's always among the first to arrive. He keeps time. He sets an example on that one, of course, being the elder. Among the elders here, I guess it's a good thing. It's a good thing to have people
it is
come on time and to make sure that they do set an example. Well, speaking of the red carpet, we do have Lukanyo Talata and Asanda Mbeche, who are going to give us a sense of what is happening, where there's going to be, or there is, the red carpet, and from their vantage point, what they are seeing, but also what they will be doing. Over to you guys.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the red carpet area indeed. The red carpet is being rolled out. You can see people behind us taping it down, making sure it stays in place throughout the afternoon. Lukanyo, what are you looking forward to the most?
Asanda, good afternoon. Look, I think it's the State of the Nation address. I think obviously it's the official opening of Parliament. This is essentially when our work really gets underway. From today onwards, I mean, we can look forward to the debates from next week onwards. Shortly after that, we have budget, and then just the parliamentary year rolls out. It's going to be a tough year, but I think today I'd like to see, obviously, I think like every South African, I'd like to hear what the President has got to say in the State of the Nation address, what is planned for us. It is an election year this year, so it's going to be interesting in that regard. We know, obviously, about the EFF. Will they, won't they? What will the DA, what will the Democratic Alliance do? So we're all, a little bit on edge, but we'll see how it pans out.
Well, we've got the afternoon to bring you all the action. The Navy Band is already going on next to the stairs of the National Assembly. It's been playing for a few hours of this afternoon. Earlier, we had a traditional music dance group that was rehearsing in a room next to our office. So we're looking forward to a lot happening. A lot of the media has already arrived, trying to pick positions so that they can bring you all the action like we'll be doing this afternoon. But for now, let's go back to Leanne.
Lukanyo and Sandra, thank you very much. Well, they're going to keep us updated as to what's happening on the red carpet, and you can imagine catching all of the MPs as they are walking up, and some of the fashions that we can either have a look at in amazement or have a look at and say, wow, she looks amazing, or not. That's the way it goes at the State of the Nation, and it's always a highlight to have a look and see what everybody's wearing. Now, you can expect some of the guests to be arriving any minute now, actually. From about 4 o'clock to 5:30, you'll see MPs, cabinet ministers, their guests and guests of Parliament and the presidency arriving at the Puertes entrance to the old Assembly buildings, and that's where we're positioned there, as you can see, on that red carpet. At about 5 o'clock, we get some of the members of the judiciary, the provincial premiers, the provincial, the speakers of the provincial legislatures and others that are going to be arriving at about 5 to about 5:45, and then at 6 o'clock, that, of course, is the big time when the principal dignitaries arrive. So there's a lot to look forward to here on the program. We'll be catching it all live for you. But this is not the only place that's watching or being watched around the country. There's so much happening around the country right now. And let's go back to the Johannesburg studio so they can fill us in as to what's happening in the provinces of South Africa. All 9 provinces covered here on the SABC. Don't change the channel. In Johannesburg, let's find out what is happening.
Yeah, Leanne, all the pomp and ceremony down in Cape Town, but around the country is where all the expectation is. Now, parents at troubled schools of Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape are expecting that the President will tackle the crisis of teacher shortages in the province when he opens Parliament a little bit later. Now, for almost 2 months now, parents have been, they've disrupted learning and teaching, closing over 50 schools and keeping their children at home as they demand government to address this shortage of teachers. Now, to tell us a little bit more about their expectations, the expectations of parents, we're joined by Iviwe Porti in Port Elizabeth. Very good afternoon to you, Iviwe. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Eben, and welcome to the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro. Well, Eben, what I can tell you, that schools have reopened. A lot of the children went back to school yesterday as well as today. So schools are starting to fill up. Your matrics have been they felt the pressure very much, coming from last year as well as this year, having the disruptions happen from grade 11 to matric this year. They felt it very, very much. But, they're happy to be back at school. Schools have reopened, and parents are now left negotiating with the Department of Education.
We've seen a lot of conflict and a lot of unhappiness in the northern areas. Is there still that much of an emotional attachment in the Eastern Cape around this particular issue?
Eben, the issue of teacher shortages and overcrowding, which has been highlighted throughout the protests and outcries from the northern areas, is not only, original or singled out to the northern areas. It's a problem faced by the whole of the Eastern Cape that the department is trying to address. But earlier, speaking to some parents, and now I do have a parent with me, Richard Dry, who's also part of the Northern Areas Forum. We speak to them just in terms of finding out what is it that they are expecting the president to say while addressing the matter of education, if he does touch on the topic. As parents that have been very frustrated with the education system and, the circumstances that their children have had to, be educated under, the lack of teacher shortages, overcrowding, and them being protesting, but now resulting, to sitting down at round tables and discussing, with the leadership in terms of what can they do to go forward in addressing this issue without disrupting education. But now we speak to Richard Dry, who is part of the Northern Areas Forum, just to find out, as someone who speaks to the parents on a day-to-day basis, what are parents expecting to hear, Mr. Dry, from the president later on today when dealing with education?
The parents expect that the president needs to fix our education system. One of the major issues that's affecting parents and the community at large is the situation around our ELSAN learners. ELSAN learners are not catered for by the department. That need to be rectified as soon as possible. What happens with the ELSAN learners is that they're in the mainstream, and those kids need to be given a chance to get somewhere in life. With the passing on of those kids through the system, when they end up at high school, grade 8, grade 9, some of those kids won't be able to read or write. So we need to appeal to the president that we need to address that. By addressing that, we need to look at the ratio in the class, 1 to 30. That will give us, the teachers, some sort of opportunity to get to those children. But also we need to look at the ratio of the ELSAN learner versus a normal kid, which will require that more teachers need to be employed. I want to appeal to the president that we need to look at that very seriously, because it will, in the end, it will affect what quality of adult we put into the system, into the world. Will that young kid end up being a gangster? Will that young kid end up being a drug addict? But we need to rectify that at a very urgent basis.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dry. Well, Eben, you've heard it from one of the parents within the northern areas. What they're mainly concerned about, is how these children will then end up going into society and how we need to influence them at an educational level by offering quality education. So parents out here are really looking to hear what the president has to say about education.
Yeah, thank you very much, Iviwe. Of course, education will be one of the key points that the president will be touching on. It's been a very difficult year, not just for secondary schools, as we call them here in South Africa, or high schools, but also on the tertiary fronts, where the last calendar year, we've had quite a few protests in the tertiary institutions here in South Africa. Free education is what everybody wants. The president will be expected to say something with regards to that tonight as well. But let's go to Francis, who's got more.
Thank you very much, Eben. So the focus, all eyes on Cape Town right now, but of course the State of the Nation address pertains to the entire country. Let's cross now straight away to Ayanda Mlobo, who's standing by in Durban. Ayanda, is there any specific issues that KwaZulu-Natal is focusing on, perhaps the vast ocean?
Good afternoon to you, Francis. Yes, we're coming to you live from the Durban harbour, where it's a buzz of activity. I think this is one of the areas, of course, that the people working here in this particular area will also be eagerly awaiting to hear what the president will be saying today in his State of the Nation address. Government has said that the ocean has the potential to contribute billions to the GDP, as well as create much needed jobs. Many people in KwaZulu-Natal are eagerly awaiting to hear how jobs are going to be created. And of course, the ocean, as government has said, has that potential. But just to find out a little bit more on the job creation, particularly here at the harbour, I'm joined by Prasheen Maharaj, the CEO of Southern African Shipyards. Prasheen, thank you very much for joining us. Let's talk about job creation within this sector. It is growing tremendously. You were just talking earlier on before coming on air. You were telling me, in fact, about this tugboat behind us and how that alone, one tugboat, has created hundreds of jobs.
I think one of the outcomes of Operation Phakisa, it must be big, fast results. So what you see here is a tugboat being built for Transnet National Port Authority. It is actually the first Operation Phakisa vessel to be built in this country. It's appropriately named Mvezo, after the birthplace of our father of the nation, Nelson Mandela. But what's important is it was a 1.45 billion rand contract from Transnet. It is an Operation Phakisa project. It has created about 580 direct jobs in the shipyard, and through the supply chain about 4,000 indirect jobs. So yes, the job creation has been accelerated, specifically in marine manufacturing, where we operate in terms of Operation Phakisa.
Also, one of the priorities of Operation Phakisa is aqua farming, aquaculture. It's something new, I think, to a lot of people here in KwaZulu-Natal. Just take us through that and also the potential of that creating jobs.
Yes, I think with us employing more environmentally friendly fishing laws in terms of how we fish and sustainability in fishing, we as a nation we cannot produce enough fish to feed our growing population. So aquaculture, which is basically fish farming, is indeed been an industry identified with high growth potential, not only for local consumption, but obviously for the export market as well. We have the ideal conditions to have a really vibrant and productive aquaculture market.
Now, just obviously tonight, the nation is eagerly awaiting SONA, what President Jacob Zuma will be saying. And I know you have also said that you'll be eagerly listening to the president. And let's see what he touches on when it comes to the blue economy.
Yeah, Ayanda, you know, I'm waiting with a bated breath, like the rest of the nation. Operation Phakisa is the president's baby. It's 18 months in the making. And I think what he needs to emphasize, because our ocean economy, our industry, its survival is dependent on the success of Operation Phakisa. So what we hope is the president will continue to give the political will, the political leadership, that Operation Phakisa is a priority and it's a non-negotiable. Whether it must happen or not happen, it will happen. And that's what we hope to hear.
Maharaj, thank you very much for your time. Prasheen Maharaj, the CEO of a Southern African Shipyard, just talking us about some of the job opportunities that are created here at the harbour. He's eagerly awaiting to hear the president's address, and I know a lot of people here who are also working around the harbour, both local and international, will also be waiting to hear what the president will have to say, in particular relating to the ocean and what they said, what we call the blue economy. With that, it's back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Ayanda Mlongo, coming to us live from Durban. We're giving you a sweep across the country, some of the expectations ahead of the State of the Nation address. The main dignitaries arriving at about 6 o'clock on that carpet in the parliamentary precinct, and the speech kicks off at about 7 o'clock. Over to you, Eben.
Yeah, thank you, Francis. Of course, this This SONA address, State of the Nation address, will be on most SABC radio stations live a little bit later. It'll also be streamed live on the SABC website. You can watch it on, well, live on this very channel, 404, and also, of course, Parliament TV. That's on channel 408. If you don't have anywhere to watch it on, 7 o'clock this evening. Now, ahead of President Jacob Zuma's State of the Nation address, expectations are also high here in Johannesburg, Vilakazi Street in Soweto to be particular. Now, the historic street in Orlando West is home to some of the major tourist attractions here in Gauteng. It's the only street in the world that's produced 2 Nobel Peace Laureates, both Nelson Mandela and Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu used to live in Vilakazi Street. Now, Tumaole Motlaodi is there. Very good afternoon to you, Tumaole. I want to quickly kick off and tell you bread and butter issues must be what people are interested in on the streets of Soweto. Soaring food prices, I think, is one thing that must be high on people's list of priorities, one would think.
Well, that is absolutely correct, Eben. I've been out here for the larger part of the afternoon, and earlier I spoke to some informal traders that also advertise, market, and try to sell their wares to the myriad of tourists that stream through Vilakazi Street. And these are the small entrepreneurs who also will be looking keenly towards the State of the Nation address to hear exactly what President Jacob Zuma will be delivering in terms of what they can expect to help them during these difficult economic times. They were saying that they want more access to the formal side of the economy and more assistance from local government. Now I am joined by Sakumzi Maqubela, who is a restaurateur, and he is the owner of the world-renowned Sakumzi's. Sakumzi, you now represent the formalized side of business here on Vilakazi Street. What will you be looking to President Jacob Zuma to tell you in the State of the Nation address?
What I would like to hear today is, as we employ people who never went to school, I'm wondering how much money is allocated to our local schools here in Soweto, in our rural areas, that they pass with 30%. How much money is allocated to Rodiport World School, Boksburg World School, that they are able, as public schools, to pass with 100%. Also, how much money is allocated to those agencies that want to see to it affirmative action is happening in companies, that our mothers can be able, our fathers, to earn a decent salary so that they can be able to keep their families. Because if people are not earning a decent salary, they cannot keep families.
That is a very important point. You employ a lot of people permanently as an entrepreneur, talking about the issue of salaries. And you told me earlier that a lot of these people support their entire families as breadwinners. Can you tell us, as an entrepreneur, how the State of the Nation you would expect to help you in assisting to grow your business so that you can hire even more people?
We want the government, we want Zuma to ask corporate companies. They've got enterprise development programs, they've got CSIs. We need an agency that will follow up if a company says their level of PE is, a scorecard is level 4 or level 1. Who follows up that all those things are happening? Because we have nice policies. Who is following up all these policies that things are happening? And enterprise development must be encouraged.
Now, thank you very much, Mr. Sakumzi Maqubela. I'll let you get back to your thriving business. That was Sakumzi Maqubela. He is the owner of the renowned Sakumzi's, which is one of the businesses that is operating here on Vilakazi Street. And of course, there are a myriad of other businesses that are operating in that space. That is the entertainment, food, and catering space, as well operating alongside more smaller businesses which are run by small independent entrepreneurs. That will be arts and crafts. So everyone will be watching the State of the Nation address very closely to hear exactly what the president has to offer. And the economy seems to be right up at the pinnacle in terms of what people want to hear. With that, it's back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Tumaole, coming to you live from Vilakazi Street in Soweto, telling us about bread and butter issues facing South Africans now. I can tell you Cape Town's been a hive of activity since early this morning, really. It's that day of the year where anyone and everyone who's got a gripe will be in the city to protest. Let's go back to Cape Town now, where they're going to deal with some of the marches in the city.
We can't.
We can't talk to pictures.
We have no pictures.
We have.
Well, that's not... Cape Town's not ready for us, but they've got some pictures coming in there, Francis. The red carpet is out. We see a bit of activity. It takes a good 2 hours to seat everyone, I'm told.
Yeah, it's a long preparation process, and later we'll show you the scenes, the fashion scenes. It'll be interesting to see if people come dressed to the nines, as they usually do. I don't know about you, I will never forget Malusi Gigaba wearing a pilot's outfit.
Yeah.
And he's always an MP, a minister of interest.
That was described as a little bit borderline. You know,
I liked it. I enjoyed it.
It was a little bit borderline, but, you know, it's the biggest fashion event of the year. It really is here in South Africa. Leanne is now ready for us to put us into the picture as to how the mood is developing down at the parliamentary precinct.
Started the Speaker of the National Assembly promising, Leanne, that at some point they are going to craft rules about the dress code, but also rules of engagement and all of that. Well, a lot has come out of that process, it would seem. Today, of course, the focus is on that much-awaited State of the Nation address to be delivered by President Jacob Zuma. And as many have argued, probably his most important to date, given everything that has been happening over the past few weeks, the past few months, and over the past year. Well, there you have them. Members of Parliament belonging to the third biggest party here in Parliament, the Economic Freedom Fighters. There you also have the chairperson of the committee that is responsible for rules here in Parliament, Toko Didiza herself, a former cabinet minister as well. They are drifting in now, as we can see. They're going to be on that red carpet, and that is where Lukanyo Kalata and Asanda Mbeche are, and from where they will be bringing us all the news and everything else that will be happening from where they are standing, Leanne.
Yeah, certainly are. I mean, you talk about some of the rules and the regulations that are happening, and I must say one thing that stood out today, and particularly if you're a fan of Twitter and if you were watching Twitter, Parliament tweeting the rules that all MPs have to abide by in the House of Parliament. And they were tweeting them from Rule 1 all the way up to Rule 10. And they were very, very strict rules and stringent rules that if anybody disobeys these rules, these are the processes that will be taken, and you will be removed out of Parliament and out of the building. So there is very strict and tight security, not only when it comes to a police presence here, and also many, many other restrictions in this area, but also when you're in the House and those rules have been set, the boundaries have been set, and everybody's fully aware as to how things are going to work. So when we talk about those rules and the regulations that are taking place, that's certainly something that we are looking forward to.
But the streets, of course, it's been no different either.
Absolutely.
Lots and lots of streets closed down in and around the parliamentary precinct, but we'll brief you on those a little later. For now, though, we're going to go straight to Johannesburg.
Vuyo, and Leanne was alluding to that security situation. Let's just get you in the loop. Thousands of protesters are expected. The Right to Know campaign has been complaining that there is a cordon, that they will not be allowed closer than 600 meters away from those MPs. They say that their voice should be heard. But of course, it is a tense situation. There's not an offside chance of protests and even scuffles in inside and outside Parliament, because that's what we saw and heard last time. Now, some of those protests are underway. There's the Zuma must fall movement. They're expecting to be close to Parliament, as close as they can get. There's also the SONA movement protesting about jobs. This seems to be supported by the ANC Youth League, according to those on the ground. So maybe a very different kind of march in support of our president. Let's find out what they have to say. Carmel Lachrenberg is with supporters. She's with those protesters, rather, on the ground in Cape Town. Over to you, Carmel.
Yes, we're in Kaiserkrach Street.
Carmel is ready for us. We are having a few little technical issues, which we're hoping to iron out by the time the State of the Nation kicks off. And incredible delays. This is technology, but we are bringing you live pictures from around the country. Let's try it one more time, otherwise we'll turn to other issues. Carmel Lachrenberg, she's with the SONA movement, one of the groups of protesters that is making itself felt outside Parliament. Carmel, can you hear me? What can you see?
Currently, we're actually outside Kaiserkrach Street at the moment. What currently happened is, just following the SONA End Racism March, the police had then asked SONA to move on back, as their permit had then by that time expired. But what subsequently happened is that some members of the group had then moved on, they'd moved to the Grand Parade, but some had then moved on to Parliament, and this is when some of the chaos happened. Many of them went straight down and they moved towards Barrack Street, which is one of the streets that leads into Parliament. What subsequently then happened then is that police were waiting there for them, and they had to start pushing back some of the disgruntled protesters.
Carmel, what's expected from here on in, from your vantage point?
Currently at the moment, what has happened is that calm has been restored to the area. Many of the protesters have now moved to the Grand Parade, where the police have asked them rather to meet. But what we're currently waiting to hear is that there's still a few, or at least pockets of group that are still standing around, that are standing close to Parliament, and police and a few of the riot police have now moved closer towards Kaiserkrach Street, where we're currently standing, and they are keeping a watchful eye.
It's more about the plans to hand over a memorandum, I understand, about racism in South Africa to the DA leader, Musi Maimane.
Now, what we have heard earlier during the End Racism, which was led by SONA, a memorandum was handed over, and that was to the Public Protector's Office and to the South African Human Rights Commission. Now, at the moment, what police is actually trying to do is they're just trying to stabilize the situation. They're trying to find out exactly where some of these groups are. But at the moment, what we do see is that people aren't actually getting access towards Parliament, and we're still trying to get word if this memorandum will be handed over. Now, during the course of the afternoon, we have seen staff members from the Premier's office. They have been walking up and down here. They have been taking names, and we're just trying to find out then what is subsequently going to happen. Are they trying to organize something, or what will happen year on in?
Thank you very much, Carmel, from outside Parliament, one of the groups, and a very different type of grouping, actually wanting to get the attention of the DA around racism, marching for jobs, but it looks like it's already a tense situation outside Parliament.
Yeah, it's been kind of tense the whole day. I've been watching it on telly at home before I came here. It's been really tense. ANC Youth League have gone in the guise of the SONA movement. Of course, they're claiming racism in the city, that unhappy with the DA and the way that they're managing, especially spatial development within the city. They're not happy about that, and they're going there to protect the president as well from the EFF and the hashtag march that the Zuma must fall movement that's there as well.
And we could in fact have these different groupings meeting each other. That's the fear. The ANC Youth League, one member using the term civil war in relation to the EFF, which which Baleka Mbete, the speaker, has condemned that. But this is not the type of talk you want before a State of a Nation.
No, it's not the kind of talk, but, you know, it's been that kind of political environment, I think, the last couple of weeks. I think we're in an election year, and it's kind of everything goes. You know, everyone's trying to get their pound of flesh, as it were, and I think it'll be no different. Let's hope that they're responsible and meet at the Grand Parade, as we heard from Carmel, and maybe from there they can have a quiet drink tonight after the proceedings. Let's hope that happens. Anyhow. Drought, talking about drinks, drought will be very much foremost on the president's mind. Now, Palesa Kubisi is in Welkom. She's been speaking to the residents of Welkom about their thoughts on tonight's State of the Nation. Of course, the Free State have been hit very hard with drought. Water relief have been the order of the day there the last month or so. Very good afternoon to you, Palesa. Just give us an idea. Are people worried about the drought as much as we think they are from here in Johannesburg?
A very good afternoon to you, Eben. Indeed, now it's all about what the people are expecting from the president, as he will be tabling a State of the Nation address later on. But it's all about them. From now up until 7 o'clock, it's all about hearing what do they want to hear from the president. And with me here at some of the scholars who have their expectations from the president tonight, let us just have a word with them and hear what do they want the president to touch on. Now, tell us, the president is talking this evening. What do you want to hear from this president specifically? As a learner,
I'd like for the president to advertise more bursaries for Welkom. Yes.
What grade are you in now?
I'm in grade 11.
So you're in grade 12 next year, and obviously after that you'd be expected to start to further your studies.
Yes, I want to, please.
So more bursaries.
Yes, more bursaries.
Right, as you have it, more bursaries for the learners. Now, what are your expectations from the president tonight?
I would like the president to give us safeties at schools, because nowadays we don't get safeties. Children are bringing drugs, alcohol, and also our health at schools, because we're getting sick of the water. All the stuff is getting just disaster.
Specifically, what do you want to see in terms of the safety and security at school being upgraded? What do you want to see?
I want to see cameras, securities, our pedestrians over the schools.
There you have it, safety in school. Let us just move to one more learner here and hear her expectations from the president. What are your expectations? What is it that you want to hear the president talk about this evening?
It would be a really huge privilege if the president would address the issue that the schools in Welkom, for us learners, the technology should be upgraded, because we feel that it's unfair if the other schools are already using technology in their schools and we still have to use textbooks. So we would really appreciate it if this issue is addressed and that the technology in the schools of Welkom gets upgraded too.
Now, specifically, why would you want iPads and tablets instead of the normal textbooks?
Because we feel that it's much easier to study on tablets, and it would be much less work to carry all the heavy textbooks, and with tablets it would be much easier for us to learn from. So I really think that it would be a privilege for us if the technology in Welkom in schools could also get upgraded, as it has been done in other schools.
There you have it, the issue of bursaries, the issue of safety and security at schools, as well as the issue of innovation of technology in the different schools. And they want tablets like we've seen happening in Gauteng province. Now, let us take one of the taxi owners from Welkom and hear what his expectations are. Meneer Rasmus, taxi eienaar.
Dis reg.
Wat wil meneer hoor van die president vanaand?
Ek wil graag hoor dat hy moet praat oor die job creation. Want ons in die taxi industrie is van mense af wat werk. En ons kry swaar ter wille van mense wat nie werk nie en die myne wat toe is hier in Welkom. So as die president kan praat oor dit, sal ek baie tevrede wees, en safety en crime. Crime is baie hoog in ons area en dit moet dringend aangespreek word.
Nou, met die werk, dat is baie myne en Welkom. Wat gebeur nou? Is daar nie meer werke nie?
Die myne is steeds besig om toe te maak. Hier is glad nie weer myne in Welkom nie, en dit is die oorsaak dat die ekonomie is down hier in Welkom in die Vrystaat.
Well, thank you very much. Now, he is a taxi owner. He's basically saying that he would want the president to talk more about the reopening of mines and the firms around the Welkom area, because as taxi owners, they're suffering now. There are no jobs. It means there are no commuters for them. Now their business is also dying on the other hand. That's basically what the expectations are. That's what the people from Welkom want to hear the president addressing during his State of the Nation address. That's it from Welkom Taxi Rank. It's back to you in the studio.
Yeah, thank you very much to Palesa. They're interesting to hear what people are saying. Some are worried about security at schools. Technology at schools are what the young people say. That's what they want to hear. Jobs, the mines need to be reopened. Of course, that is foremost, I would think, at everyone's mind today's jobs and job creation and the like. And the president will address it. Of course, the fashion event is well underway. We're counting down to the red carpet now. I see one or two people coming in dressed to the nines, looking the part. The biggest fashion event in the country every year is what we call it here in South Africa. Of course, amateur. These are not celebrities. They're parliamentarians, politicians. So please understand that we're very nervous on the red carpet tonight. We've got to keep that one in mind. But let's go down to Leanne and Vuyo in Cape Town as we count down to SONA 2016.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the red carpet. It's such a bustle. There's so many people that are here. You can tell SONA is finally here. With me is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Mr. Gotidiza. Ma'am, it's a big day. There's a lot of expectation. There's some anxiety as well. What's the biggest priority for the National Assembly as you host this event?
Well, as the National Assembly, our priority is to ensure that South Africans listen to the message of the President about what government is going to do in 2016. As you know, that there is an expectation that the President will actually reflect on key challenges that the country is facing, which not only South Africa faces, obviously the issue around the economy, it's the matter that globally is of concern to everybody. So as South Africans also, we're waiting to hear what he's going to say about that. But also, you know that last year the President indicated what are the 9-point plan that the government will be working on. I suppose we will also hear the report back on how far some of those issues have been dealt with by government.
Yeah. Well, in terms of Parliament's own preparations, are you satisfied with how things have gone so far?
I am satisfied, and I'm sure being here as SABC, you yourself have got the space from which you can broadcast. It means preparations have gone very well.
Well, thank you so much for speaking to us, ma'am. I know you're running tight on time to go into the National Assembly. Thank you very much. That's Mr. Gotidiza, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly. We'll bring you more from the red carpet in a moment.
Much Asanda indeed for speaking there to Toko Didiza. Well, of course, she's very much involved in crafting the sort of rules that this parliament has adopted, but also continues to adopt as it starts fixing some of the things that have gone at times horribly wrong. Right now, the people you are seeing there, Musiwa Likota, the leader of the Congress of the People. There are other leaders who have also arrived, like Reverend Kenneth Meshwe of the ACDP with his wife, who is an MPL. So, yes, politicians really beginning to arrive here, joining the few others that came before them. But right now, here in our makeshift studio, I am joined by Leslie Masdop, who is a deputy president of the BRICS Bank. Now, one thing you can bank on, excuse the pun, it is that there will be something, well, hopefully a lot said about the BRICS Bank. But here to talk us through what they have really done in the months that they have been in operation now is, of course, Leslie Masdop. Leslie, thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Well, what, 8 months or so?
That's exactly right.
What have you guys been up to? Have you got the money? Where is the money?
That's a very good question. We can say that on the 3rd of January, which was the deadline for the first paid-in capital, all 5 countries paid in their first contribution. So we are on schedule with the operationalization of the bank. But I think it's important to moderate expectations about the bank because we are very young. We are a very new institution with, huge ambition and objectives in terms of what we want to do. I mean, ultimately, as you know, most of the emerging markets have a big infrastructure challenge. There's a huge deficit in terms of the funding available for all the roads that needs to be built in terms of ports, power stations, etc. So the bank has been formed to fill that gap, to complement the existing financial institutions in terms of availability of capital to build the necessary infrastructure to stimulate growth.
So how much have you got?
So the bank is $1 billion now, with its payment schedule that will take us up to $10 billion, and the rest of the $50 billion, which is the rest will be $40 billion. That is what's called callable capital, and callable capital is money which you have access to in the event of the bank requiring it or in the event of default. But the paid-in capital is the core capital of the bank. But typically, how a development bank works, essentially you raise money in the capital markets. So the bank is likely the bank will announce its first capital raise during the second quarter of this year, where we will issue a bond in the local markets in China. Those proceeds will in turn be utilized to then lend to the various BRICS countries.
Now, on the continent in particular, how much are we looking at, give or take? To do what exactly, or to go where, in which areas? What are your priority areas?
So at this stage, BRICS only have 5 member countries, other than, for example, the World Bank or the Asia Infrastructure Bank, which was also just formed in China, headquartered in China, in Beijing. They have 57 member states already. The new development bank only have 5 members. So in the first phase, we will only invest or lend into Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. That's the first point. Secondly, the bank is one of the few institutions that have been set up on an equal participation principle. So in many other banks, the advanced industrialized countries have a veto, for example. In the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, China is the biggest shareholder and therefore also has a veto. In the Asia Development Bank, Japan is the biggest player and have a veto. In this instance, this bank is unique, that despite the fact that we are significantly smaller than China, we have an equal say in the running of the bank. So in the first phase...
But does equal say also mean equal allocation? In other words, no one is going to say, Russia put in more money or China put in more money and therefore a lot more should go to them as opposed to, say, South Africa. How's it going to work?
The contribution is also equal, and therefore in broad terms, it's not going to be measured in precise equal terms, but there will be overall geographic balance, if you like. So there won't be 3 major infrastructure projects to be financed in Russia and only 1 in South Africa. In the first phase, we are likely to finance 1 project, significant project, in each of the 5 BRICS member states.
I'm going to ask you to hold your thoughts right there. This conversation of ours is going to continue. For now, though, we're going to go to Asanda Mbeche on the red carpet, just to get a sense of that pomp and ceremony element of this whole thing. Asanda?
Well, welcome back to the red carpet, where it's really getting busy right now. But also, besides the fashions, there's also party leaders like Reverend Mishwe of the ACDP, the leader of the ACDP who's arrived. Reverend, what are your key expectations for the State of the Nations this year? South Africa has a number of challenges that it's facing. What are you looking forward to the most in the President's speech?
The most important thing we are hoping the President will raise today is what government is going to do to ensure that our economy creates jobs. People are becoming impatient. As you know, that there are many university graduates who are looking for jobs and cannot find jobs. And because of the state of our economy, potential investors are not attracted to our country. So jobs are not being created and people are becoming impatient. So if the President can tell us what government is going to do, the ACDP obviously will welcome that. Secondly, we want to know what government is going to do to ensure that if we have a similar drought in the coming years that we had today, that government will be ready for that. Because the ACDP believes that one of the important things that government can do to ensure that we don't have the setbacks we had this year, that government will ensure that in all provinces that new dams will be built so that when it rains, we'll be able to catch and store water so that during drought, we'll have water for our families, water for our animals, and water also for our harvest. Because if whatever we have planted does not get water, then we're going to have in trouble.
Reverend, do you think at a time like this for South Africa, there's room for spiritual leaders to play more of a role in holding the country together?
Well, definitely, because when people become impatient, they want to fight. That is why one of the biggest roles of the ACDP this year would be to say to people, let's be patient, let's be patient, let's be patient. Do not lose hope, because we believe that South Africa has a great future. That I can assure you. South Africa has a great future. We just have to turn a corner. We have to have a change of administration, and then the best that this country is made to be will manifest. And South Africa, I believe, will become a model among the nations of the world. So this is the word of hope that you are telling South Africans. Do not lose hope. If this current administration has failed you, you have the right to choose. You can get another administration that will make sure that we have a beautiful, peaceful, and prosperous South Africa.
Thank you so much, Reverend Meshu. That's not somebody else who has, somebody who also has. Let's go back to the studio. We're going to try and catch up more with what's happening on the red carpet here. But let's go to the studio briefly.
Sanda Mbeche speaking there to the leader of the ACDP, Reverend Kenneth Meshu. Well, we're going to continue and conclude our conversation with Leslie Masdorp, who is a deputy president of the BRICS Bank. Now, if we can just bring this conversation closer to home now, Leslie, if we will. Today's State of the Nation address by the President takes place obviously within a particular context. The economic situation a little precarious. A lot of people saying, we now, there's the R word is being mentioned very, 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 very often. From where you sit, how is this going to play a significant part in perhaps moderating whatever it is, the ambitions that South Africa ahead with, I suppose, the assistance of the BRICS Bank as well?
And the first point to make is that the New Development Bank and BRICS as a formation is a long-term endeavor. Economies go through cyclical downturns from time to time. So this one is probably a little bit more severe, but I think it's important to know that we have long-term ambitions to build an emerging market bank that will complement the existing financial institutions. However, there are some significant economic headwinds at the moment, which not just South Africa faces, but all other large emerging markets in the BRICS countries in particular. Firstly, commodity prices have slowed down significantly. We are a commodity exporting country, and therefore that impacts very significantly on us, right? Secondly, most of the globe is slowing down, which means there's less demand for our goods in general. Thirdly, China, who's our number one trading partner, is also slowing down, which means there's less demand coming from China. The other, what I think is probably one of the most critical factors affecting South Africa right now is the significant drought that the country is facing, because that will have huge upward pressure on food prices, which in turn will impact on CPI, and therefore you could see interest rates moving up further. So the macroeconomic environment does not look very promising. Add to that, in terms of the domestic environment, between 2009, after the financial crisis, and now, our debt to GDP ratio in South Africa have increased, which means the government has borrowed more. We now have to service that debt, which means the interest payments is going up every year. So the government's maneuverability has been significantly constrained. So I think people in general, South Africans, the bank, all of us will be looking to the President today and to the Minister of Finance on the 24th of February to set out a medium-term trajectory, because you cannot, in the short term, in 1 year, solve these problems that I've mentioned now, because some of them are more deep-seated and more structural. So we want to see a path, firstly a vision of where we're going to, and then see the path in terms of how we're going to get there.
No, but then given the factors they are mentioning, which would appear as though, they are beyond our control to a very large extent, with perhaps very little room to maneuver by way of, say, raising taxes. What options then does someone like President Zuma, and later on the Minister of Finance, Pravin Gordhan, what options do they really have, realistically speaking?
Look, I think that there are things that are within our control. I think that we will need to send strong signals, for example, around fiscal consolidation or fiscal policy, giving clear signals to the rating agencies, for example, that the government intends to moderate its spending over the next number of years. As you know, one of the big challenges facing South Africa right now is the risk of a potential downgrade by the credit rating agencies. So just making sure that we don't spend beyond what we have would be one of the critical signals that needs to be sent.
Okay, we're going to ask you to hold your thoughts again or once again and go to Lucanio on the red carpet to give us a sense of what he's seeing from his vantage point.
Go. Thank you very much in studio. I'm here with the Minister of Sports and Recreation, Fikile Mbalula. Sir, I think firstly, let's just start off by talking a little bit about your outfit. Tell me a little bit about it.
Well, my outfit is what I wear every day, so it's nothing special for today because it's my uniform. That's how I come to work. I don't wear overalls, red or blue. I wear the suit to come to work. So I'm looking forward to this occasion, hopefully for all South Africans, for what this government is going to say today to change their lives for better. And I suppose that is the main issue for tonight.
Official start, obviously, of the parliamentary year, a year that's likely to be tough on everybody, not just tonight, but going forward, because it is an election year. Your plans for this year and how, obviously, you plan to take your department to the next level this year?
Well, this year we are going to focus on rural sport, and this is what we are about. And a rural sport as in rural, not just, paying lip service. That is our biggest effort. All other things that we continue to do will fall into place. Obviously, this is the year of the Olympic. We're going to Rio de Janeiro to compete and win and bring those medals back home. That's what we're looking forward to for this year.
Right. Minister, also, while you're here, we've got to talk about the issue of school sports. How important is that going to be this year and obviously for the rest of your term?
Well, that is our biggest investment, and it will also get our biggest drive for this year like we did last year. Now we've got an agreement with SADU, the teachers are coming on board, and then also the Department of Basic Education, which has actually been the issue. So I'm looking forward and quite excited to make school sport work, and it's our biggest drive for this year.
All right, Minister, enjoy the rest of the evening. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Well, that's it from us on the red carpet. We're going to try and obviously bring you more MPs, bring you more dignitaries as they come in to come and listen to the president as he delivers his State of the Nation address. Over to you guys in studio.
Well, thanks very much, Lucanio Kalata. And, of course, Asanda Mbecha continue to bring us the news, but also the personalities that are on the red carpet. Just to finish our conversation with BRICS Bank Deputy President Leslie Mastorp. Leslie, just to wrap our discussion, given everything that you've said and everything you've mentioned, how in particular our trading partners are performing, but also the situation the world over, what are the options? What are the options that President Jacob Zuma has? In other words, what can he still play around with to be able to give the confidence that is required, not only domestically by business, by labor, but also by civil society, but the world over?
It's a very difficult question, obviously, for me to answer, but I think, as I said earlier on, one of the important things to focus on is a medium-term vision. The country already has a number of plans, but the anchor, the central pillar of those plans is the National Development Plan, where we've got a long-term trajectory of how we're going to build a prosperous South Africa. I think outlining the commitment of government to implement the directives as outlined, there would be a very good starting point. Because, as I said, the short-term maneuverability is one of the biggest challenges he faces today.
Thanks very much, Leslie.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, that's where we're going to leave this particular discussion, but of course we'll be bringing you other people who have lots of things to say that have a lot to do with with the things that President Jacob Zuma is expected to at least touch on this evening. Well, this broadcast continue coming to you live from the parliamentary precinct, but we do also have our reporters across the country where ordinary people who will be waiting to hear what President Jacob Zuma will be saying are there to, of course, our reporters are there to listen to their feelings, their hopes and aspirations as well. For now, though, we're going to take you back to Johannesburg, and that is where Francis and Yeben are.
Yeah, thank you very much to Vuyo Mvoko. He's live at the parliamentary precinct there. As you can see, matches are getting underway there on the fashion, on the red carpet, as it were. And I can tell you, it's a huge part of the State of the Nation address. Now, this year will be no different. Can you imagine not being a celebrity or professional or model and being exposed as you are like that on the red carpet in the time of social media? I can tell you it's the biggest fear of all these parliamentarians for the year, for the simple reason you don't want to be exposed wearing something that might be a little bit borderline, as one would think, as one can see at these times. Of course, it's a big time for the year for designers. I can tell you what designers are thinking. The designers tell us, well, this is the time where they can put all their great designs out. Well, sometimes those great designs can be a little bit uncomfortable. I tell you, imagine being in an uncomfortable garment for 6-7 hours. I can't think of anything worse. But let's get back to the issue at hand. Now, we're going to go to Kimberley, where Puleng Madupe is standing by to give us a little update as to what the issues are that people in Kimberley, in the Northern Cape in general, are concerned about. I'm sure one is drought and the second one is jobs. Is that so, Puleng?
Good day. Yes, we are here actually in Rotterdam, where the community say they are faced with a number of challenges, including lack of employment, particularly amongst the youth, and then also they are complaining about substance abuse, which seems to be high in this place. I'm joined here by one of the community members who is going to speak about their challenges. Good day, and can you please just in short explain the type of challenges that you find yourselves in here as community members?
Yeah, we do have a lot of challenges, but I can't name them all because I'm going to take a lot of your time. But the most challenging one is the substance abuse. And I'm very disappointed in the police service because some of them, those hands are not clean because they're working with the drug dealers. And the facilities we had was the multi-purpose center. It's vandalized by the youth itself. We don't have facilities for the youth. That's why they are active in crimes. And then we need a shelter for the drug, for the abused and the abused women and children, because the shelter is very needed here. Some women are staying very far from the police station. Then they must run to the police station for help. Then there's nowhere to go to. That's why you need safe houses also in Rodepan. For them to run to that place, and then maybe from there the police must be called and they get help from there. Then there's also a crisis in rape cases, and some of the cases are not solved yet. That I know of. That's only that I know of. And the other challenge is for our younger children, our minors. We have orphans here, we have vulnerable children. And after school, there's nothing for them to do. We need facilities for them, maybe a playing park or something. There's a lot of volunteers outside in Rodepan, but the children is still vulnerable. They're wandering in the streets and stuff. So we need a shelter, we need a play park, and we need a multi-purpose center for the youth.
Okay.
Can I add something?
Yeah, thank you very much, Puleng. We have to cut away from those pictures. You saw the live pictures coming in. Let's have a look at it. I can tell you that's the top of Adderley Street, opposite the Taj Restaurant and Hotel, on your way to Company Gardens. It's a very interesting time. Let's go to Cape Town.
And we've got our reporters that are out there. We're trying to get as close to the news event as possible. But I think that what is happening is, if I'm not mistaken, it's the SESCONA marchers that have wanted to come closer to Parliament, but the police, of course, are not allowing them to come as close as they would like to come into this precinct. There were rules set aside that by 5 o'clock the marchers had to end, and at that point in time they needed to leave, and they had to be at least 400 meters away from Parliament. So that's the visuals that we're getting right now, but of course we'll need to confirm exactly what is going on once we do get a reporter out there to find out a little bit more about this particular story. So the visuals you're seeing are live. This is what's happening outside of Parliament. It doesn't come as a surprise. We all knew that there were going to be some clashes and some events that were going to be happening just in the run-up to this. So we are just seeing an event that is meant to be taking place right now. Let's see some of the visuals as well of some of the other guests that were arriving here at Parliament a bit earlier. I think one of the big highlights, of course, was when we saw our Public Protector Thuli Madonsela arriving at Parliament and looking absolutely magnificent in a Khatjohan Kutsia dress. It's a bright yellow dress with a long train, and she looks absolutely beautiful. So that's just one of those people, and you could see there was just a flurry of people trying to get a photograph of the Public Protector and just to try and get a glimpse of her. But that's just one of the many people to arrive here on the red carpet, and there are many, many other people that, of course, are arriving as we come to you live ahead of this State of the Nation address. Now, remember that the State of the Nation is set to take place at 7 o'clock this evening. We will go live at 7 o'clock. That's when the President is expected to take to the podium, and he will then, of course, talk to us about all the issues that we are hoping that he will discuss and put forward for us here for South Africa. Now you can see there we've got our Minister of Health arriving now, and that's Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi. He's arriving here at Parliament on the red carpet. A minister that certainly does practice what he preaches, and we mean that in every sense of the word. A minister who gets his hands dirty and who goes out and does things. I mean, I've been on him with occasions where he's actually performed a circumcision live on television, and that's something that I must say is rather admirable when it comes to doing what he does do. So that's our Health Minister arriving. All right, well, let's talk about the sitting of this particular Parliament now. We've got Modibedi Pundela with us now. He's the Secretary of the NCOP, and this is, of course, a joint sitting of the House this evening, and this is what happens every single year at this time. It's not done all the time, but this is that one occasion where it is. We had the privilege of speaking to Ms. Thandi Modise a bit earlier this morning on Morning Live, and we asked her how she's feeling ahead of it. She feels confident. She said she'd been for acupuncture, so she was feeling good. How is everything? How are you feeling ahead of it?
Well, I thank you, Leon. I feel confident. I'm sure we will have a successful State of the Nation address. We hope that indeed it shall be a successful State of the Nation address. Yeah,
well, I mean, it certainly is. There are a lot of hopes resting on the shoulders of the President right now. So many people hoping that he addresses issues, you know, particularly when it comes to the economy, particularly when it pertains to unemployment. Are these some of the things that you're hoping as well that he discusses and talks about?
Look, without really anticipating what the President would say, but I think those are the issues that are currently dominant. Issues relating to the economy, issues relating to education, the funding of education, and so on. I think those are the issues that the President will probably address in his address. Yeah,
education a big thing. I mean, we've seen, even besides what we were seeing outside a bit earlier with some of the clashes with police, and I was speculating that was from the SESCONA movement, but I do know that there were a lot of movements outside as well, where it was calling for free education, and also, again, that whole fees must fall campaign. Students are speaking out. Students are demanding education at this point in time. So I can imagine that is something that needs to be right on the top of the list.
That is correct. We had a march here, for instance, if you remember, when the Minister of Finance was delivering a mid-year budget, where the students marched to Parliament to demand that fees must fall. We hope that the President, I'm sure the President will have something to say about that. The President, if you remember very well, also addressed that issue after that march to Parliament by the students.
Yeah. Let's again just bring viewers again into the picture of the sitting of both houses during today. What is the significance of all of this?
The State of the Nation address has been convened by. The sitting has been convened by the President to enable him to address the nation and Parliament, to give the report back of what government has achieved in the current financial year, and to give Parliament the plans for the coming financial year. If you remember very well, budget will also be delivered by the Minister of Finance on the 24th of April. That I see as the implementation of government policy of what the President would have said or undertaken to do as a leader of government in the country.
All right. I'm going to ask you to hang tight for a little bit, if you don't mind. I know there's lots to do on a day like this, but we appreciate your time. But let's get onto the red carpet once again. And as you know, we have got that covered. Asanda is there. Let's find out who's joining her. Asanda?
Welcome back to the red carpet. We found probably the most popular lady on the red carpet today, Ms. Tuli Madantela. Good afternoon, ma'am, and welcome to the red carpet. Talk us through your biggest expectations for the speech this evening.
Good afternoon. My main expectation is that the President is going to give us a hope-inspiring speech that is about national reconciliation, nation building, and in some way it will also address the anxieties that people have about the economy, joblessness, and the divisions that have emerged within our economy. I do also hope, though, that he may say a few things about good governance, eliminating corruption, and working together as state institutions to strengthen and consolidate constitutional democracy.
You're wrapping the last few months of your term. What are the highlights in your entire term as a public protector?
Well, some of the highlights are things that didn't go to the media, but for us is we managed to make this office really responsive to the people we refer to as Gogodlamenes. And I'm hoping that my team and I will create a book that just talks about the little stories of how ordinary men and women had their dignity restored and their life restored through conciliation, mediation, and arbitration. But we also touched a bit on corruption, and we also helped the nation to refocus on the Constitution and the new things that we added into the Constitution, including institutions supporting constitutional democracy.
Well, thank you very much for speaking to us, ma'am. We're going to pan down to have a look at your lovely dress for a moment. Thank you for speaking to us.
It's been a pleasure.
I see the Minister of Health is also here. Dr. Motsoaledi, come closer, come closer. Now that we're here, let's have a chat. Dr. Motsoaledi, as we start the year, there are a lot of expectations on the speech, but also for your department in terms of rolling out the NHI, in terms of improving work on TB and other areas of primary health care. What are you looking forward to the most in 2016?
Well, the President will definitely tell you what must happen in health in 2016. But most obviously is the issue of NHI. We have just released the white paper. Work needs to go forward. But also last year, he announced our work on TB. I don't know whether he will be prepared or he will have space to report about the progress. We have made a lot of progress since last year when he announced about what we must do about TB. This year he must announce something else. It can't keep on being about the same things. He will announce a new program of what needs to happen. But NHI will always be a feature in government.
Dr. Motsoaledi, thank you very much for talking to us. That's the Minister of Health. Looking forward to more implementation and more talk on the rollout of the NHI to improve healthcare in South Africa. There are a lot more people that are waiting to get inside the National Assembly. We'll bring you more of those people as we can. There's just a lot of pushing between the media trying to get all the pictures that they want. We'll bring you more in a minute. Let's go back to the studio for now.
Thanks very much, Asanda. I can just imagine the pushing and the shoving just to get the pictures and to get the interviews with everybody arriving now. So there we spoke to him a bit earlier, our Sports Minister, Vicky Limbalula, looking very smashing in his suit as well, looking very suave as well as our Mayor of Ukhireleni and, of course, our Mayor of Tshwane there on the screen right now, greeting our Sports Minister. And that's a wonderful picture there, the Deputy Minister of Intelligence as well in that photograph. So there we go, him walking up the red carpet there. And so as you can see, everybody is arriving now fast and furiously. And I've just been told that Minister Lindiwe Zulu also arriving now. We're just going to get a shot of her. She always looks absolutely elegant in her outfits, wearing a very traditional outfit, looking absolutely beautiful there this afternoon as the sun starts to wean off a little bit here in Cape Town, but looking very, very nice. But as you can see, it's always about the fashion. And what I was actually telling our colleagues across there at SAFM, because I walked out of the television studios for a little bit, and we were all having a little bit of a girl moment, talking about some of the fashions, just saying how bright everything appears on the red carpet today. So it really is lovely out there. There's so many colors, orange and yellow and green and blues. It looks really, really good. So it's so far a great show that all the MPs and dignitaries are putting on for us there. Well, our guest that's still staying with us, I'm not going to ask him what he's wearing, although I should. I mean, isn't that the question you ask at an event like this, Advocate? What are you wearing? Your answer should be a suit.
I'm wearing a suit,
you're
a tie,
wearing a suit, and you're looking great. You're looking great. You really are. You know, there's a lot of talk about what's going to happen inside of Parliament this evening. Are you confident that things are going to be as smooth as they possibly can?
We hope that things will be as smooth as they possibly can. We hope that members will follow the rules. The presiding officers are there to enforce the rules in the event that the rules are not being followed. But we are quite confident that we shall have a successful State of the Nation address.
Yeah, certainly the rules have been laid out, and we mentioned a bit earlier. I know the parliamentary Twitter account were putting out the rules as to what is going to happen if anybody disrupts. They're there in black and white for anybody to see. So certainly that's something we'll be waiting to see. Asanda, I know, has another guest, and this is the man that we're depending on keeping the lights on in South Africa, Eskom CEO Brian Molefe. That's something, no doubt, the President going to address as well, the state of energy here in the country. But Asanda, it's over to you.
Welcome back to the red carpet. With me is Mr. Brian Molefe, the CEO of Eskom. Mr. Molefe, there's been a lot of expectations. There's a lot of talk also about Eskom. As we start 2016, what's your target in terms of deliverables to the ordinary people of South Africa?
Well, the absolute bottom line is that we should go through the year without load shedding. And we hope that we can achieve that as Eskom. But more importantly is to begin to deal with the substantive issues in the company, financial issues, to turn the company around and make it a profitable organization.
As the President speaks today, what would you like to hear him say in relation to parastatals?
Well, it's going to be a difficult year for the whole economy, and so parastatals remain very central to driving economic growth. And so we expect that we will be inspired to contribute to riding the wave through this year.
Mr. Molefe, thank you very much for speaking to us. That's the CEO of Eskom. Well, somebody I've also managed to find right next to me is the CEO of the SABC, Mr. Hlade Motsoeneng. Good afternoon, sir. As the SABC delivers the State of the Nation broadcast today, what's the biggest challenge for the SABC in delivering a broadcast of this magnitude?
I think as SABC we are very excited because today is a special day. Only SABC can reach all people of South Africa, and we're very glad that the team is doing a wonderful job today.
As the President delivers his speech today, I've just asked Mr. Molefe what he would expect the President to say in relation to parastatals. What's your expectation around the President's speech for entities like SABC?
I think the government is doing very well, but I don't think the government is able to communicate their achievements. If you look what happened during the BRICS time, I think they have done very well. AU, Dr. Nkosazana Zuma, is there. Those are big achievements, but people, they just don't recognize those achievements.
Does that also talk to the work of what we as the media should be doing in South Africa? Does that also speak to how we as the media do our work in South Africa?
That is very important. I think we, especially as SABC, we are in a business of educating and informing. When you educate and inform, you need to tell the people the truth. So we can't just make all those sources without really information from relevant sources.
People don't expect media people to be fashionistas, but I see you've got a nice suit on. Did somebody put it on together, or did you decide on it?
My daughter.
Let's see that suit for a moment. Thank you, Mr. Mutoneng. Well, somebody I've also found right next to me is the Professor Ntanhlakaise Kubisa of the National Freedom Party. Good afternoon, sir. What are the expectations of the National Freedom Party as we start 2016?
Well, we expect His Excellency the President to speak on issues of job creation, unemployment, and also the issue of economic climate, economic meltdown. What is that the government is doing to bring a tide to that one? Because a lot of people are suffering now, they're unemployed. Also, the issue of education must come to the fray. And also the issue of how the government will reduce the debt, because our country has got a high debt at the moment. These are the issues that are pertinent. Issues of corruption are also paramount. We expect the President to mention those issues. To us, they are very important.
Also, the last time we spoke last year, the leader of your party, Kamakwaza Msibi, was unwell, was recuperating. We have not seen much of her in public since she fell ill. How is she doing?
Well, she's doing very fine. We've heard a word from the doctors that she has recuperated, but they've given her some time to have a rest. At the right time, at the opportune time, she will have to come back to the party and lead the party towards the coming local government election. We are so elated as a party that she has recovered.
Professor Kubisa, thank you very much for speaking to us. Well, that's some of the action that's going on right here at the red carpet. We'll go briefly to the studio. We'll bring you more from the red carpet a bit later.
Thanks very much, Sanda, pulling all of the VIPs off of the red carpet just to have a little word with them. Good to see our COO there, Claudia Motswaneng, as he said, being dressed by his daughter today. So everybody has a story to tell about who they're wearing. Well, you can see now that a lot of the ministers, the dignitaries, are walking up the red carpet. I mean, according to our schedule, between 5 o'clock, I beg your pardon, and 5:45 this evening, we see all of the members of the judiciary and provincial premiers, speakers of the provincial legislatures, all of them arriving from about 5:30 onwards until 6 o'clock. The principal dignitaries will be arriving at the front entrance of the National Assembly building. And then, of course, 6:25 to 6:45, we're going to see the processions from the Slave Lodge or the gates of Parliament leaving in different orders, and the President should be arriving then. And they stick to very, very tight time constraints. So that is something that we will be seeing. So in just over 1.5 hours from now, we will be hearing our President taking to the National Assembly and talking to the country with a State of the Nation address. We've got our Minister, Ed Malewe, also arriving on the red carpet. Well, I'm going to just wrap up with our guest that's been with us, Advocate Pindela, the Secretary to the NCOP. Any sort of final words on this occasion? I mean, it is, many people have been saying that this is really a very big, if not the biggest State of the Nation that the President has had to deliver with a huge message. Do you feel the same way?
Well, from Parliament's point of view and the administration of Parliament in particular, I can say that we are ready to receive the President. We are ready to have a successful State of the Nation address, and that is what we are hoping for. That is what we have been preparing for. We have not been preparing for anything less than that. So I'm really, really hopeful that we're going to have a very successful State of the Nation address.
Thank you for being with us. Good luck for this evening. We hope that everything goes off well. Advocate Moriberi Mpindela, the Secretary of the NCOP, talking to us here on this very special broadcast. We are coming to you live from the Parliamentary Precinct here in Cape Town, the mother city. All eyes are here. The pomp and ceremony continuing here in Cape Town. There's lots to look forward to. As you can imagine, all of the party leaders should be arriving as well. We've got Minister Nati on your screen right now. He's walking in. And, of course, we should be seeing our Deputy President coming soon, Cyril Ramaphosa, the Deputy Speaker of Parliament, National Assembly. Assembly as well should be coming in. And, of course, we're waiting for the arrival of the DAs Musimai Mani. We're also waiting for Julius Malema to arrive. So there is so much more that we've got here on this live broadcast. Please don't go anywhere. But right now, let's go back to our Johannesburg studio. Our Johannesburg studio doing something different this year. We're actually linking you all around the country, because it's not only Cape Town that we're covering. We're also covering the different provinces, because there are so many issues affecting South Africa at this time. So let's go back to Eben and Francis, who are holding down the fort in Joburg.
Thank you very much, Leanne, and I'm happy to say that yellow seems to be in vogue. I feel like I'm well dressed for today's occasion. Some snippets there from the red carpet. You saw Malusi Gigaba and his wife wearing a beautiful gold outfit, and I've realized that a lot of my colleagues have a flair for fashion reporting, which I didn't know, but we are going to do something different now from Johannesburg. There's just visuals of the massive security presence that we're seeing outside and inside the parliamentary precinct. This time, thousands of protesters expected. We've already seen some scuffles. But here in studio, I have somebody looking at heritage, history. We have a social historian, scholar and author, Lulu Kalinokos. And so thank you for joining us this afternoon, Luli. Let's start with the significance of this particular address. Does it have historical importance?
Yes, it does. It does. It goes back to the early exile years with Oliver Tambo, who on the 8th of January, there is, of course, the 8th of January speech, which has survived, but the State of the Nation is actually drawing from those annual 8th of January speeches, which were very important because the exile movement was scattered around the world. The movement was banned. All the liberation movements were banned inside the country. And it assumed enormous significance to communicate with the nation bulletins on the progress of the struggle. And I think today there still is that feeling. I mean, we've so often said, and I believe it to be true, that the struggle is unfinished. You know, we've got political liberation, but of course, as everyone says, not economic liberation. So the State of the Nation address, as so many people have emphasized, you know, they expect to hear quite a lot about the economy.
The economy is hugely important. Some would say we're flirting with a recession, we're flirting with a downgrade. People are desperate. We have a drought. They're not getting jobs. But besides that, he is expected to touch on a very thorny issue of late racism. We saw protesters marching about racism today. You were at an event recently discussing these issues, discussing social cohesion. In that sense, if we look at social cohesion, what is the state of the nation right now? Some would say it's more fragmented than ever.
Yes, I think there is fragmentation, but at the same time, there are more people involved in the conversation, if you like, and of course it's tense, and everyone is linking the racial tension with the dire conditions of the economy. You know, the two are related. But nevertheless, I do think that, you know, when I attended this social cohesion event called by the Minister of Arts and Culture, Minister Natin Tetwa, we talked about heritage and the way in which heritage could contribute towards social cohesion.
And how can it?
Well, you know, drawing on the traditions of the discussion on race in South Africa, and of course we have to accept that the very foundations are economic injustices, the foundations of colonialism, dispossession. Then with the industrialization, you've got exploitation of cheap black labor. You've got racial oppression, and they're all linked with those material conditions. But when you think of the way that leaders have expressed the way forward, they have always drawn from our own African and South African heritage of humanism. And I was just quoting...
Does Ubuntu come into play here?
Yes, humanism, Ubuntu. It's quite difficult to define because there's a lot of intangible as well as intellectual aspects to it. But academics are starting to talk about it. A book by Xolela Manku, professor at UCT, and who, of course, wrote the biography of Steve Biko. And he talks about how Steve Biko talked about a joint culture because of the diversity of South Africa. So he acknowledges that there has to be a joint culture. Joe Nechitenze, who is the CEO of the Mapungubwe Institute of Strategic Reflection, also looks back and recalls Pixley Seme's 1906 speech, where he says, the regeneration of Africa, this is in 1906 in New York, means that a new and unique civilization is soon to be added to the world, which will take its place with other human syntheses.
Beautiful. So you're starting at the beginning. Luli,
Yes.
please stay with us. I hope we can chat to you again because I want to ask you what the president needs to say, perhaps to draw from this heritage to help us with social cohesion right now with these issues that we're facing. But let's go straight to Parliament and see what's happening on the ground right now.
We're just waiting, so we'll be ready now. Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, we're still here where the ministers, the dignitaries are all still trying to make their way into the National Assembly. But I've got with me now two ministers. Both of them are obviously quite aware of what's happening with the situation affecting South Africa, the issue of drought. Firstly, let me just bring in Minister Zokwana here, Minister of Agriculture. Sir, the drought, obviously a very, very crucial issue for you. What will you be hoping that the President says on the matter tonight?
The President outlined the work we have done. Remember, in November last year, we formed an international committee that is dealing with drought, including water affairs, COGTA, agriculture, and rural development. And the aim was to work around to see what is done by the five departments. And I'm sure in dealing with other issues pertaining to trust management, as well as the issue of what will be the assistance to farmers, all those things will be dealt with by the President. But of course, they will be explained by the Minister of Finance. Work has been done, not only for now, but for the future, in saying if the same drought visits again, we'll be ready more better than we have been before.
All right. So you're satisfied, sir? If I may, If I may, just let me bring in the minister. Ma'am, for you, very crucially, the issue of water, particularly when it affects communities, what are you expecting the President to say on that issue today?
The President will emphasize on the issues of investing on bulk infrastructure, building more capacity to maintain and operationalize our water treatment plants, and the most important thing, the partnership between government, the private sector and civil society in conserving water and using water in a sparing way.
Ma'am, what can you, as a message to South Africans, obviously South Africa is a water scarce country, just your message to them as they all sit there tonight waiting for the President?
Let's all of us appreciate that we're faced with the realities of climate change, and therefore we need to work differently. We commit ourselves as government to ensure that we build capacity, particularly of local government, to bring water to every community. Secondly, we also hope that working in partnership with local government and the private sector will find other alternative solutions of getting water from our neighboring countries, of desalinating water, of using grey water, but most importantly, of having the capacity to operate and maintain our water infrastructure better. But it starts with me and you to save the little that we have.
All right, ma'am, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, there you have it from the Minister of Water Affairs, Nomvula Mokonyane, obviously talking to us about the importance of conserving water and obviously what she's expecting to hear from the President when he does deliver his State of the Nation address a little bit later on this evening. Back to you guys in studio.
Thank you very much to Lucanio Kalata. Well, we are, of course, live from the parliamentary precinct, and that's where we'll be bringing you everything that's going on inside and outside this precinct. Well, Leanne, it looks like it's getting, more and more exciting.
It is. It certainly is. And I've been, it's quite incredible as much as we are watching what's happening from here, what's on television, also watching on Twitter, believe me, who's arriving. I've seen a lot of photographs being posted of those arrivals. We did see that the EFF leader, Julius Malema, arrived looking exceptionally serious and running up the side into the building. He has arrived. And there's also, we've been hearing such noises coming from the building. There's been water cannons. There's also been some, apparently some tear gas that's been sprayed at the protesters that are outside. Some of the reports that I am reading is that there appears to be a standoff between EFF supporters and ANC supporters just outside of the parliamentary precinct. So this is what we're hearing. You can hear the sounds of these water cannons going as we sit here, and it's not a sound you do want to be hearing on a day like this, Royal.
Certainly, in fact, the main picture you're seeing there on your screen is the corner of Ardley Street, like literally a few hundred meters from Parliament, and that's where that water cannon, that van truck with the water cannon you're seeing, that's where it is turning onto Ardley Street. Well, back to the pictures of inside the parliamentary precinct now. All the people who are here getting ready to go inside and listen to that speech, which should take place in about 1.5 hours or so, more or less, give or take. We'll be bringing you that speech live, needless to say. Lots and lots of expectations from everyone across the board. You heard earlier, we're speaking to the Vice President of the BRICS Bank, talking about the expectations, but also how constrained, the President and the Minister of Finance will be this time around, due largely to the fact that most of the factors are really beyond, in fact, way beyond their control. But he seems to think that there is still room for maneuver. Yeah. And the answers, it would seem, certainly from what the conversation we're having, that if we can really focus on the National Development Plan, perhaps many, if not most, of the answers that we need to the financial situation that we are in, social delivery, and all the other ills, including most recently, the question of drought. We're going to be importing maize, something we haven't done in as many years. We still need the government to commit to providing infrastructure, because that is a non-negotiable. But the question is, where are we going to get the money from? Because we cannot really borrow, we cannot print money. There's very little room to maneuver insofar as taxes are concerned. So the question is, where are we going to get that medium-term plan that is being spoken about, the kind of plan that will give us as a nation, but also the world, confidence that the government is indeed firmly in charge and is doing really all the right thing. Interesting, speaking to business last night, we were talking about tightening the belt, appreciating the fact that today, for example, there isn't going to be the party and the dinner and all of that. Indeed. But they still believe that there's a lot of room, for cutting the fat. Yeah. And that includes cutting the fat insofar as the pets, are concerned. So we'll see what President Jacob Zuma has to say at about 7 o'clock. Or thereabout. Yeah, well, that's about 1 hour and 20 minutes from now. But just further on to what you were saying, and we did see that the government has spoken very much so about this 9-point plan to grow the economy. And, they, of course, again spoke about it today. And these are some of the things that we can expect the president to address. And one of those big issues, of course, is resolving the energy challenge. I mean, that's top of the agenda. It is a big problem. It's stifling investment. It's stifling growth. So hopefully that's something they'll be talking about as well. Revitalizing agriculture and the agro-processing value chain. That's, I think, one of their second priorities. I mean, we've got so much arable land here in South Africa that can be used, and obviously revitalization of the agricultural sector, but still dealing with the drought situation. These are big challenges. Well, it looks like they do have some answers. I mean, certainly from what the interview that Lokani was having earlier with Minister Senzeni Zokwana, saying the detail will come from the Minister of Finance when he tables his budget. Yeah, indeed. Just to talk to the visuals before we carry on talking about some of the expectations out of the speech. It's the very first time, perhaps you can quote me if I'm wrong, but I've never really seen barbed wires around the precinct of Parliament before. And you can see the seriousness when it comes to security at this time in point. Well, we've got Minister President Zuma, the Higher Education Minister, arriving here at Parliament on the red carpet, and this again is another issue that many people are wanting to see. The issue of the Fees Must Fall campaign, the issue of free education in South Africa and students wanting to learn more and develop them themselves. So that's the minister that has come in. But just getting back to what we heard a bit earlier in terms of some of those stun grenades going off around the St. George's Mall precinct, and that is sounds that were echoing through this area, and they seem to have calmed down now. We're not hearing much more, but that was what we were told. There were some stun grenades. Well, there's our talking about agriculture, Vuya. We can see our Deputy Minister arriving there, Deputy Minister of Agriculture. Do we still call him General? He's still got the title General. Well, I don't know. I don't think so. I think he got the title simply because he was the Commissioner of Police. So he's no general anymore. Stripes, I think he still likes to. Well, there's Musi Maimane, our DA leader, arriving on the carpet there. He has been very vocal about the president and the expectations of what he wants the president to talk about today, and also some of the issues that he wants to address before he even starts on the State of the Nation. So there's Musi Maimane making his way up the red carpet together with his wife. Well, one of the things I think he is doing fairly well, in my view, you can argue with him or shoot down his ideas, but he has been able to, like they did a week ago or a few days ago, put alternatives in place, saying we will reduce, the number of ministries to about 15. Here's why and here's how. Now you can argue with, whether what he's putting on the table will work or not. But I think it speaks to that issue where people have been saying, you always criticize, you always shoot down the policies of the ruling party, but what are you putting on the table? And I think I think it's about time people begin to actually engage the opposition also on the ideas and proposals that they are putting on the table to see whether in fact they make sense. If they don't make sense, let's say why. You know, and I think he has started. I mean, those conversations haven't started, and I think this is what we should start. We should start doing.
Well, as we were talking, we had visuals there of Minister Malusi Gigaba, Home Affairs Minister, with his beautiful wife, as they come in, giving each other a little bit of a kiss on the red carpet, and then making their way up and getting ready to hopefully enjoy the evening. But like you did say, it's an evening that'll end after the State of the Nation. No dinner or anything there. Budgets being cut, showing the sign of the times. We've got Asanda on the red carpet. She's watching everybody walking in very, very closely and grabbing as many of the dignitaries as she possibly can. As soon as she gets somebody else, we will cross over to her. Again, also just keeping a very, very big eye on what's happening outside of Parliament and all of the events that are taking place. And certainly if there is anything that we need to report, we will do. But we're just getting back to, again, that stimulation of the economy, because I think that's what everybody's talking about. And those government 9-point plans, again, saying they want to encourage private sector investment. You've got the private sector, however, talking about the fact how much more can they do. You know, there's that battle between the private sector and the public sector, and that's one of the plans, is to try and get the private sector to invest more. I mean, what do you think about that?
They keep saying they're ready. I mean, I was speaking to the CEO of BUSA last night. She was among the guests that I had on the show in the evening. And I mean, we were back to that question of, you know, business sitting on trillions of rands and not reinvesting some of that money into the economy. So no, we stand ready, but there's regulatory uncertainty. The government is not showing as much fiscal prudence as we think it should, but also as an investment destination, government shouldn't take things for granted. They should, you know, meet us halfway. So the debate, I think, is one. I think only when we get to a point of kind of almost gloves off, if you like, because I think everyone is sort of treating each other with a bit of caution and a bit of, you know, kid gloves. And I think the truth lies somewhere in between. There's a lot, in my view, that government is still not doing or clarifying, but there's also a lot that business is able to or hides behind. And I think at some point we just need to have a frank conversation, you know, and cut through the, you know, some of the niceties and the pleasantries, and really say, what do we as a nation, if we're rallying behind the national development for argument's sake, then we should be able to say, what is it that's holding it back? You know, is it business? Is it labor? Is it the government? Is it everyone? What are they doing? What are they doing wrong? And how do we deal with that? Because we've been going on for years and years now. Everyone seemingly, I mean, even labor, for argument's sake, which by and large, or of the four major constituencies, seems to be the one that has the most reservations and problems, you know. But I mean, there has never been the kind of engagement that I think we need to have if we all, broadly at the very least, agree that the National Development Plan is what is going to take us forward. So the little nicey with everyone and trying to be politically correct and not, you know, wanting to push the envelope, I think is probably what is the problem, and less so what government is or isn't doing, or what business is or isn't doing.
You've just tuned in. This is SABC News' live coverage of the 2016 State of the Nation address. In about 1 hour and 15 minutes from now, the President should take to the podium to address the nation. But this broadcast continuing all the way after that address and getting some reaction as well. We've been seeing some of the dignitaries arriving here at Parliament and walking up the red carpet and taking their seats within the National Assembly. And the National Assembly is still a little bit empty at this point, as you can imagine. But once the President does arrive, everybody has to be inside and seated. And then, of course, we'll see most of the officiations taking place. Well, there on your screen, the South African flag being carried by the South African Army, and many of the police still manning the streets, and we can see the security around this area is exceptionally tight.
Probably tightest it has ever been in the 22 years
Yeah.
or so that we've been. At some point, we have to ask why.
Why? Well, you know, it's a big day in South Africa's history as well. You know, you look back 26 years ago on this day, that was the day that Nelson Mandela walked out a free man of Victor Verster prison, and exactly this day 26 years ago in 1990. And here we sit with this tight security around Cape Town when the president is just expected to address the nation. And yeah, good question there, Vuyo. Why? I'm not sure if we'll get answers though.
At some point or someday.
All right, let's take a break here on the program. This live coverage and the special coverage of the State of the Nation address will continue after this. Stay tuned. Okay, we've lost visuals again. You couldn't have taken a break at a better time.
How are you?
Good, and how are you?
Good. Is this close? This way I enter. This way I enter.
They said shoot them.
Hey, Ambassador. How are you? Good to see you. Huh? What is it?
Live pictures coming in from Cape Town, the mother city. As you can see there, Francis, I want to talk to you about this. We're living in a time of austerity, not just in South Africa. I think around the world we all have to tighten our belts and live with a little bit less. When you look at SONA, the pictures incoming thus far, there's been a little bit of austerity. There is a little bit less pomp and ceremony, and one have to commend the efforts that have been made on that front.
Well, yes. So the budget for this State of the Nation address has been cut. There will be no festivities afterwards. You could say that maybe there shouldn't be because we don't know. It is going to be a tense situation based on last year. But that is to be commended. One of South Africa's biggest problems, something that investors, economists would like the president to touch on, although it will be more pertinent to the budget speech later in the month, is our debt. So this is not the time to take on more debt. I must say, looking at some of the dresses, you would think that there is no austerity, still a mood of celebration. Some of the men downbeat in their clothing, but look at Tuli Madonsela in that bright yellow dress, Lindiwe Zulu in the traditional garb. So there's still a sense of celebration and of fashion, and you've shown a bit of flair for
we all have to kind of step up. It's the big day of the year within the space, within the political landscape of South Africa, as it were. But you know, the buzzword I want to talk to you about, because I know you're the absolute expert on this, and it's the thing that's been doing the rounds the last month or so, has been junk status. Junk status have been the phrase that have been thrown at the South African economy. It's the threat of being downgraded to junk status that has supposedly brought us to the economic crisis point, if one can call it that. How do you view this? Just this junk status threat, if one can call it that?
I think it is something that the president will have in mind, that government has in mind. Our economy is definitely losing momentum. Our growth rate this year, less than 1%. and it's been said that we're flirting with recession because of the debt. Remember, we had some good times, and South Africa was geared up when things started hitting turbulence. The financial crisis came. We were actually okay. That was because of careful spending, saving in the good times. We've now drawn on that. We've, as a nation, been living on the credit card, you can say, and we're getting deeper and deeper into debt. That is why junk status is looming. And some people say, look, it's not serious. You know, these are credit rating agencies that have got things wrong. They gave America a AAA rating for a long time, while America was taking on more and more debt. Still, those big economies are treated differently.
This is the thing that concerns me really around the discussion, the economic discussion. You know, when you look internationally, there are risks for the American economy in the year ahead. Now, the impact of those risks, how they're going to play out. I think that the economic reality on the planet is that we're in the middle of a real downturn globally. China slowed down. There's a lot of pressure, I think, financially on most nations. Why in South Africa we kind of make this the president's problem, don't we?
Unfortunately, it is, and let me explain why. We are a small nation at the bottom of Africa. If the rand, and often people are saying, why is the rand being so volatile? And it's because of a good thing, you could say. We're one of the most heavily traded currencies in the world. But the rand is often seen as a proxy for emerging markets like our own that are seen as riskier than the likes of the United States. Now, like I was saying, because we're a smaller economy, investors in the West don't know a lot about South Africa sometimes. They're trading in the currency, and they use these credit rating agencies to get advice on whether they should lend money to the government, whether they should invest in a country like South Africa. What's the likelihood of South Africa defaulting on its loans? So that is why it's important, because global investors look at those ratings. Unfortunately for us, once you get to junk status, there are huge institutions in the world who are no longer allowed to buy South African bonds, to look at this country as credit worthy, and that's just the way it works, unfortunately. And unfortunately for the president, it is something hanging over his head.
It's a massive coincidence, isn't it, that it all happens in a very important election year here in South Africa, this economic downturn. I've got my own views about the ratings agencies, but that's not for this platform. Let's quickly talk about what the president has to do tonight. Now, it's all about instilling investor confidence, yes, and dealing with the market, the fears within the market, one would say. What does the president have to say to get that done tonight?
Sure, it's a hard thing because recently the mining minister was talking, and investors were saying, we've heard all this talk before, we've heard the assurances before. What we want is action. But I think still his words will be closely watched. He will need to give the market signs that we're not going to take on too much debt, that we're going to continue on a very conservative, safe path, and that the government is trustworthy and there are not going to be ructions like we saw in December when the finance minister was sacked.
Yeah, the three finance ministers in a week conundrum that we suffered as a nation. But let's go to Soweto now, where Criselda is standing by with a family, and families, one would think, are really concerned about the soaring food prices we see here in South Africa. Criselda, are you with us?
Yes, hello, and certainly many of the South Africans, in fact, millions of people who will not be able to make it State of the Nation address. They certainly cannot wait for 7.
There we go. Unfortunately, Criselda, your sound is crackling. It's breaking up quite a bit. Now, we're counting down to 6 o'clock when the rest of the nation joins us on the terrestrial platforms. But we're going to take a short commercial break and come back, hopefully at the top of the hour, and count down the last hour to SONA 2016.
Parliament, and you can see some, some dancing, some celebratory dancing happening by the EFF members there outside Parliament, and they're all dressed in their red uniforms and getting ready to go into Parliament and having their say, no doubt, tonight. Well, that's the threats that they've given us, so let's see what does happen as we go forward. And we saw a bit earlier the EFF leader Julius Malema actually going up the ramp and walking inside the National Assembly already.
Oh, appearing very energized. The question is, what is it that they have up their sleeves? You'll remember Julius Malema saying, well, we'll see today what they have up their sleeve.
Yeah, indeed. Coming in force there, the Red Brigade coming up the carpet with their outfits on as well. So if you're just tuning in, it really has been a quite hive of activity here at Parliament this afternoon. We've seen a lot of activity happening both on the red carpet and around the area in Cape Town in the run-up to this. We've been hearing some stun grenades being shot outside. They haven't been heard for quite some time now. There must have been about 1 or 2 stun grenades being shot, and the reports we're getting in, it's from some of the EFF supporters, some of the ANC supporters that were clashing, as well as the SESCONA march that was taking place as well. And that, of course, is what's happening around St. George's Mall and around that area. So those are some of the issues, but we are, of course, waiting for reports from some of our journalists that are on the scene covering that story. We'll cross to them as soon as we get some visuals from them. Arriving now is our former president, Thabo Mbeki, and this is a moment that he certainly is very, very familiar with. Alongside him, of course, is his wife as they arrive at the National Assembly.
Well, a very, very special welcome for our viewers on SABC2. Well, we've been live for the past 2 hours, and we will be live for the next 4 or so. We're coming to you live from the parliamentary precinct here in Cape Town, and President Jacob Zuma expected to give that much-awaited State of the Nation address in an hour's time. Former President Thabo Mbeki walked in a short while ago, and there he is. He has just walked into the National Assembly hall.
Yes, indeed, a very, very good afternoon to all of you that have just tuned in on SABC2. Thank you so much for tuning in for this 2016 coverage of the State of the Nation address. And it's been a very, very busy day here in Cape Town today. If, in fact, you have just joined us, we've seen many, many clashes taking place outside of the parliamentary precinct. We saw some EFF supporters, some ANC supporters clashing. We've heard some stun grenades. We've also sent our reporters off to the scenes around St. George's Mall and other areas just to find out what's happening with those marches that were taking place. And that, of course, was that SESCONA march that we're thinking has gotten a little bit out of hand, but the police, of course, taking control of that. We've also seen most of the dignitaries arriving here. Some of the fashions have been absolutely magnificent. Well, that's the talk of the town for us girls, where we look at those things. Some of the colors that have been coming through, ladies, well, it certainly appears that yellow, orange, green, all the bright, beautiful colors have been certainly lighting up that red carpet today. So for me, the standout was definitely our advocate, Thuli Madonsela, our public protector. She looked magnificent in this flowing yellow gown. I'm sure we will show you visuals a bit later of what she looked like, and many people scrambling to get photographs of her and to, of course, get their selfie or their selfie moment with the public protector. But she really did look lovely, I must say, and people still continuing to come in. We also saw a bit earlier some of the EFF supporters dancing on the red carpet and making their way up as well. And as we were saying, they certainly have got a sense of energy about them. And a bit earlier, we did see the leader of the EFF, Julius Malema, looking very serious, making his way into the National Assembly as well. Helen Zille has arrived, the Western Cape Premier. She's here. We saw her a bit earlier, also wearing a lacy navy number, and she's also present here today.
Of course, premiers will be coming through as premiers and speakers of the various provinces, and she will be among them. And of course, so will be the other arms of government, apart from the legislature and the executive. We'll also be having the judiciary, who will be led by the Chief Justice, Mkhweng. But that's a little later on. Right now, we're seeing live pictures of the Guard of Honor just outside of Parliament into Adelaide Street, from where the procession will come into the parliamentary precinct.
There's lots of expectations for the president today, and many people saying that this possibly is one of the most important speeches that the president could be giving this evening, and we really are waiting with bated breath for 7 o'clock to hear what the president has to say.
Well, there you have him, Chief Justice Mkhweng, accompanied by his wife, making his way into the National Assembly wing of this parliamentary precinct.
Well, standing on the top of the stairs, of course, being welcomed by the Speaker of the House, Ms. Baleka Mbete, as well as the Chair of the National Council of Provinces, Ms. Thandi Modise. This evening, we're going to see both of these ladies presiding over the House, basically co-chairing the National Assembly tonight, and they both being very ready for it, as they have said, and waiting for anything that does happen. Well, arriving now. The First Lady has arrived here this evening, Makhumalo, making her way up the stairs into the red carpet in her beautiful blue dress as she slowly makes her way to the top of the stairs. Makhumalo, the first wife of our President Jacob Zuma. There we can see another one of the spouses of President Jacob Zuma arriving, as we see two of these spouses arriving here at Parliament to accompany the President during this important State of the Nation address here at Parliament and the National Assembly. Well, this year certainly is one of those years where we are expecting a lot less than in previous years when it comes to the budgets. Budgets have been cut and slashed for this year. We've all been hearing about it, I think reflecting the sign of the times. We are basically saying that there's a lot less, about 400,000 Rand less being spent on this particular event than was last year. A budget of 3.6 million Rand as opposed to 4 million Rand for the previous year.
Okay, there you have it, the pictures we promised you on the top left corner of your screen. Those are the clashes we're talking about that took place earlier. There are police really trying to quell fires as the protesters were, EFF protesters were getting a bit irritable. Facts yet as to who started what, but those are the visuals that our crews on the ground have brought us.
We've been commenting that this particular State of the Nation has really had a large sense of security around it. And both Roy and myself both commenting on all of these State of the Nations that have been present or that we've been at. We've never seen the security as tight as it has been this year. And this, of course, is obviously in preempting such events as we're seeing on the screen right now. Some of the EFF supporters wanting to come through the police there, obviously stopping them. And this is what's causing some of the chaos and eruptions happening outside of Parliament right now.
Chaotic scenes indeed, but it does look like at the end of it all calm was restored. For the same, some of the members you're seeing there are the ones that made their way to the parliamentary, to where we are a short while ago. So I guess it would seem it's great. And some people prevented from going where they would have wanted to go. Kind of scenes perhaps we wouldn't have wanted to see on a day like this, but there it is. It's happened.
Certainly is, but it's I think scenes that in a way, unfortunately, there was a lot of expectations, and one could only imagine that a lot of preparation and thought was put into that the eventuality of something like this happening, and unfortunately it is happening. A lot of the hotels in the area have been forced to close their doors, not allowing some of their guests out, obviously not going into the streets because of some of this, these events that are happening right now outside of Parliament. Now, just to let you know, this is not necessarily where we are. This is a few blocks away or a few roads away from Parliament. The area around Parliament is closed off to anybody wanting to make their way here. It's under strict control. The roads are blocked, they're cordoned off, there's barbed wires and fences that are not allowing anybody into this area. So this is very much so away from where the President should be arriving. And just probably in around about 10 minutes from now, we should see the motorcade coming through.
Those visuals again, members of serious conversations with the riot squad of the South African Service, trying to really get them to move away from, not to get as close as clearly those members would, and their supporters would have wanted to. Keeping them at bay as it were. From the placards and certainly a lot of issues that people are raising, everything from what the Fees Must Fall movement has been raising to issues around what happened earlier this week at the Concord, the issues that the EFF intends raising here in Parliament, certainly from what they posted yesterday on the social media network. So quite a lot of things being raised.
Well, just to tell you what's happening inside of the National Assembly, it's filling up inside the National Assembly. A lot of the benches are full. We're getting some news that most of the members are inside now, and there's a lot of people that are taking their seats and getting ready for the President's imminent arrival here. And we've always said it, and there's one thing that certainly does happen here at the State of the Nation address, is that it is precision timing for you. Everything is timed, everything happens according to that piece of paper that you're given, and they work on this very, very, very thoroughly. The rehearsals were held yesterday. In fact, I think I was trying to get my accreditation at around about the time that the rehearsals were taking place, and that was a little bit impossible because, again, all roads closed off, and you could see everybody getting ready for exactly what you're seeing on your screen this evening. That police helicopter has been up, I would say, the better part of today. I think it's been circling this area for the entire day today, and I don't think it's going to stop for many hours to come. That much I can tell you.
Just to bring you to those figures Leanne was talking about, well, the Secretary to Parliament confirming that 3.6 million was budgeted for the 2016 State of the Nation address, some 400,000 or so less than the 4 million price tag for last year's event. But I remember one of, I think it was the COSATU guy last night saying even
Good afternoon. You're watching the Midday Report.
Lunchtime news amplified.
But for now, this is what they call home. Their hope to shift to a higher ground seems to be against the tide.
Midday Report provides you with more than just news stories.
I just want Port Elizabeth to know that they own a world-class theatre.
Good afternoon. You're with the news at 1 in the headlines.
Very good afternoon to you. This is News Live. I'm Natasha Thorpe. Let's take a quick look at what's coming up in your headlines.
Good afternoon and welcome to A View from the House.
For all news, tune in to Midday Report weekdays at 12 noon only on the SABC.
Welcome back to our live coverage of the State of the Nation address that's being broadcast on both SABC 2 and Channel 404. Thank you so very, very much for choosing us and for staying with us. We, of course, are going to be covering this live all the way until the end of the State of the Nation address by our President, which is expected to get underway at exactly 7 o'clock this evening. And thereafter, we will get the response from as many of the participants that were within the National Assembly as possible, and of course some of the political parties that were present as well. Well, you can still see some of the pomp and ceremony that is happening, but now it seems more of the national processions taking place and all of the official processions that are happening national on the program.
No, it's fine, it's fine. It's all right. Okay, I want to get out. No, pull it out. Okay, I want to get out. No, pull it out. Okay, I want to get out. No, pull it out. Okay, I want to get out. No, pull it out.
Well, those are the live pictures, Francis, coming out of the House at the moment. It looks rather festive in red, doesn't it?
It does. We see the beginnings, the awakenings of the EFF in Parliament. Most of the dignitaries are now seated. We've seen them coming in thick and fast, and there will be more. But as you can see, the House already looking packed and ready for the President's State of the Nation address at 7 o'clock.
But this will be the test tonight, Francis. Rules and regulations were passed on the 26th of November last year, and all parties were signatories to these new rules, amended rules, the EFF as well. Do you expect them to test the new rules, to push the new rules to its limits tonight, or do you think it'll be a little bit more parliamentary?
I think we will have a testing of these new rules. Parliament, interestingly enough, has been tweeting the rules of Parliament today, throughout the day, tweeting, and we know that the EFF has said that they will use what's not outlawed, points of order, to raise the issue of the sacking of Nhlanhla Nene and ask the President why. In their opinion, we still don't have an adequate answer for the sacking of the Finance Minister last year.
Well, you can see the live pictures coming out of the National Assembly right now. We are 38 minutes away from President Jacob Zuma taking to the podium for the State of the Nation Address 2016. Outside, of course, the normal pomp and ceremony continues. Placard-wielding protesters doing their bit in the city. There are a couple of protests around the city that have been going on concurrently today. Francis, the latest we have is that the situation is well under control in the CBD.
Well, we have seen some clashes, and let's just put this all into context and run through what we've seen today. Thousands of protesters were expected, and we have seen the EFF march a little bit outside. There you see, just against the gates, some DA placards. Further out in the city, we have this SONA march, and what was feared was clashes between the EFF, the Zuma Must Fall marchers, and the SONA marchers who say that they will protect the president. They are also demonstrating against racism and want to hand a memorandum to the DA. But let's go back to Cape Town. Leanne Manus and Vuyo Mvoko on the ground for you.
Welcome back. Some beautiful camera shots that we're getting for you. This is coming from Slave Lodge now. You can see the ceremonial guard is making its way up to Parliament right now. But we're joined by Warrant Officer Raj Narain, who's going to talk to us about exactly what's going on and the significance of all of this. Warrant Officer, thank you very much for being with us.
It's a pleasure.
What are we looking at right now?
We are looking at the National Ceremonial Guard taking up the position in front of the Parliament. These are the last contingent that we deploy. The rest of the people that we deployed are the street lining, and these are members from the four arms of service, namely the South African Army, the South African Air Force, the South African Navy, and the South African Military Health Service. In total, we have approximately 6 companies that we deployed for the street lining. Ceremonial Guard comes with a complement of about 120. With the band, it's about another 45 to about 50. It's about 160 for the ceremonial guard itself.
Sure.
The total complement we're looking at for this State of the Nation address is plus minus in the region of 800 members from the SANDF that's participating in the State of the Nation address.
Once they arrive at the parliamentary precinct, what happens then?
Once they arrive, they take the position, and then we wait the arrival for our president, who leaves his residence at a specified time. He will stop at in between at the slave lodge. He gets off, and then he meets all the different members of the community before taking up his position on the podium. And he's expected for him to be on the podium at 18:55. 18:55. To take the national song.
All right, so that's the time that we can expect that the president should, of course, he hasn't left his residence as yet.
Not as yet.
Not as yet. No.
He should be within the next few minutes. He should leave the residence.
This particular proceeding that we're seeing now, the ceremonial guard, has this been in place for centuries?
Ma'am, when we finish the last State of Nation address, we start preparations for this one.
Yeah.
So it's an annual thing, and we are always in preparation and planning.
So it changes every year?
Negative. It doesn't change every year, but we are in constant contact with Parliament, the President's office, and we keep ourselves coordinating meetings in order to be ready for today.
Okay.
It's a big process. There's a lot of things to be done, a lot of planning. We have the security cluster planning, so everything must be merged so that everything runs smoothly today.
Yeah. How's it been going today? I mean, from what we are seeing, it looks like it's running exceptionally smoothly.
Yes. We have no challenges, the military side. From the time we started off, everything running smoothly.
Yeah.
No hiccups.
With no hiccups on that side, which is comforting, because at the end of the day, you do need things to move smoothly. This is that one day of the year when I have said that precision is of utmost importance.
That's excellent. Yes, that's correct. And we pride ourselves in excellence and time management. Yeah. So if we say you are 0800 on the podium, we make sure that the president is at 0800 on the podium.
Yeah. So this is one of the few moments that we actually see these four arms coming together.
Yes. Over and above the Armed Forces Day, we have then a parade like this where we use members from the four arms of service. However, there are other occasions that we do use them as requested by either the president or any other department.
Yeah. One of the exciting moments, and I think one of the things that we always look forward to, is, of course, when the Air Force and the flyover that takes place when the president arrives. That's always a big highlight.
Yes, ma'am. For this one, we're using the Astros from Air Force Base Langebaan. and they will be doing the flypast this evening. Always very spectacular, and it's a salute flight for the president.
Let's also talk about that 21-gun salute, because during that time, obviously, we won't be talking, but just the significance of the 21-gun salute.
Ma'am, in terms of the military protocol and the Defence Force policies, when the state president is on the podium, he's entitled to a 21-gun salute, which is done then by the South African artillery regiment, and they are responsible then for the firing of the 21-gun salute.
Well, there we can see all the premiers that are entering into the National Assembly now. So the premiers taking up their positions and coming down the stairs there and walking into the House. Welcome back to the SABC's live coverage of the 2016 State of the Nation address, and we're just letting the pictures speak for themselves here on the program. As you can see, everybody taking their seats, getting ready to welcome the President into the National Assembly House, and you can see the guards all standing, waiting for the arrival. We can also see some of the judiciary walking up the red carpet as well. We saw the premiers arriving and making their way in, and now, of course, it's the turn, as we mentioned, of the judiciary. The presiding officers making their way up the red carpet.
Sequence of these ministers are running up. The judiciary is the last people who feel.
All right, we can now talk to some of the visuals that we see coming through. Talk to us about some of the arrivals and the order of the arrivals.
Ma'am, if you look at the ones that we've just seen now, you'll find that the members of the legal justice system were walking up the red carpet. That is the last of the senior members that will be using the carpet. Once they have come up, we then await the deputy president, and then finally the president, who will come up the same red carpet.
Indeed. Indeed. We saw Justice Mogoeng, Dikgang Moseneke also walking up the red carpet there. We're seeing this motorcade now coming. What is this indicative of? What's going to happen now?
I think that motor cavalcade is for the Deputy President. We officially bring him up to Parliament, and thereafter the President will follow with his own motorcycle military escort. As you can see from the pictures, the National Guard is ready and waiting the arrival of first the Deputy President and then the President of South Africa.
Justice Mogoeng walking up, shaking hands with some of the onlookers and the people that are standing, lining the red carpet, the judiciary coming up, making their way onto the carpet that leads up into the red carpet as well. There's Judge Shlope coming through. These are the cameras that are watching our Chief Justices walking down into the National Assembly. And this is a big moment as everybody walks in. We hear they're walking into loud cheers and much excitement within the National Assembly, and you can see the clapping of the hands. And it really is a big celebration and getting together of people that don't necessarily get to see each other very often.
That's correct. That's correct. It also gives you harmony. Although it's an important event, people are expecting the president to make some proclamations, some new announcements for the betterment of the people of the country.
Indeed, and there certainly are great expectations on our president's shoulders this evening as he gets ready to make his way. He hasn't left as yet, but as we did hear from the warrant officer, by 5 to 7, the president should be standing at the top of the stairs here at the parliamentary building, and that, of course, is when the national anthem will be played. The flyover will take place, and then it's 7 o'clock. We should get the State of the Nation address for 2016 beginning.
That's correct.
Nice to see some young faces there, part of our ceremonial guard there, and looking very, very dapper in their uniforms.
That's correct, Leanne. These are young members of the ceremonial guard. We try to tend to get young members and just spend a period with the National Ceremonial Guard just to sharpen up the ceremonial aspects in the department. And although you see them in green uniform, these members are represented from the 4 services as well, namely the South African Army, the Air Force, the Navy, and the Military Health Service.
Right, welcome back to our SABC2 viewers that have just joined in. We've seen many of the guests arriving from the judiciary. The premiers have all made their way in. In fact, I would imagine, and again I bring in my guest here, Warrant Officer Lorraine, to comment about some of the official proceedings that are happening now. It seems as though all of the guests are here. It's not just the arrival of the Deputy President.
That's correct. By now, most of the guests have been taken the seats in the National Assembly. And now we await then the arrival of firstly the Deputy President and then thereafter the President of the country.
We did see the motorcycle, the brigade there that were, of course, coming through, which means that the Deputy President is certainly on his way.
That's correct.
And should be arriving any
He should be arriving any time at the bottom of the Parliament.
So this is, it's been quite an occasion here at Parliament. Besides all things running very smoothly in the run-up to it around or inside the parliamentary area, outside of Parliament has been quite a hive of activity with lots of protest action that's been taking place, and we've been hearing sounds of stun grenades a bit earlier that were trying to get rid of some of the protesters that have gathered, some of the EFF supporters and ANC supporters clashing, also the SONA marchers who had gathered, some of their protesters getting a bit out of hand, but of course the police getting involved there and trying to keep things in order. It certainly does seem and appear from where we are right now that things have been brought under control, but the streets around Cape Town were not what we wanted them to look like on such an auspicious occasion like today, that also holds the memory of huge occasions here in South Africa. It was on this day, exactly 26 years ago, that our former and beloved President Nelson Mandela took his first steps as a free man out of Victor Verster prison. So it's this date that holds a lot of significance for this country. It's always lovely to see some of the school children lining the streets as well, and they are chosen to be there on the red carpet.
That's correct. These are kids from around the Cape area that has been identified, and they come and also have the opportunity of waving to the President.
Lovely, an exciting moment for them, no doubt, to be here today and to witness this wonderful.
That's correct. As you can notice, the President's cavalry is on its way. They're now entering the street lining, and as he passes the military street lining, the members will pay the compliments to him as he passes.
So this is the Deputy President?
I would assume this is the President coming up, because the Deputy President has already arrived at the bottom of Parliament.
Oh, good. So this on your screen right now, according to our warrant officer, is the President's motorcade that is coming through right now, and of course people lining the streets welcoming the President as he arrives here into the precinct. to say the vantage point that the SABC studio has got here is really beautiful for us to be having a look and seeing this ceremonial guard of honor that's standing with the beautiful bronze head and shoulder statue of our former President Nelson Mandela as he, of course, looks on into the National Assembly. And it just is a very, very powerful sight as we see this, the beginnings of the State of the Nation address for 2016. It should be getting underway in about 15 minutes from now. If you've just tuned in, this is SABC's live rolling coverage of the State of the Nation address. And on your screen right now, you are seeing the motorcade of our President, Jacob Zuma, that's making its way into Parliament right now. And we should see both the President and the Deputy President, who we haven't seen arrive as yet, arriving at Parliament and making their way into the National Assembly. But before that, of course, is the Guard of Honor, where is the 21-gun salute. There's also the flyover and the singing of the National Anthem.
That's correct.
So we're having a look at some of the horses coming through here, and this, of course, as I see you saying, is indicative that the Deputy President is actually here. Talk to us about this.
That's correct. My apologies, Leanne. I think our communication was a bit off, but we are preparing. The Deputy President has arrived, and you can see, if you saw the horses and the motor cavalry, we are now preparing for the President to make his arrival at the Parliament.
Fantastic. All right, well, there you go. The Deputy President has officially arrived at the parliamentary precinct. He's making his way out with his wife as well by his side, and coming into the National Assembly, and he will take his position up at the top of the stairs there as well to sing the National Anthem.
That's correct.
Alongside the President.
You will notice when he passes the ceremonial guard, the commander will pay then the necessary respects to the Deputy President. We do not give him a national salute, because the national salute is just for the President. And if you can have a look at the screen now, you can see the cavalcade with the President is on his way now through the streets.
All right, well, this is the moment, certainly this whole build-up has been all about. Everything that's been happening is because of this moment, and the moment that our President of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, has now entered into the area, and you can see that there's a huge motor cavalcade around him, the horses, the motorcycles, the cars, and the President there. He's in this car that has these quite large windows. He's in that white vehicle, is that
That's correct? We refer to it as the Pope Mobile.
Okay.
Pope Mobile. And it's got large windows, but obviously necessary security measures have been taken to ensure that the vehicle is safe, so that he'll be able to see the public and then acknowledge the public as he drives past.
Yes, of course. Well, it's, I can imagine, quite a nerve-wracking time for the President as he makes his way here to deliver this State of the Nation address. That there's a lot of expectations on his shoulders. There's been a lot of a build-up towards the State of the Nation address. I'm not sure much of a build-up has been held before these State of the Nations, and the President now can be assured that the majority of South Africans are tuning in. The majority of South Africans are listening to every word that the President has to say as to what he is going to do and put in place for when it pertains to them. This is his 9th State of the Nation address. The theme is following up on our commitments to the people. There you can see the Deputy President now walking through, and he's coming up those stairs to take up his position. And of course his wife Tsepe as well by his side there as well. Warrant Officer, before I let you go and before we just let the viewers have a look and see these formal proceedings, just once again, just talk us through the significance of everything that's about to happen now as the President arrives.
Ma'am, once he arrives and he has taken up his position with his entourage onto the podium, we then give him a national salute. Together with the national salute will be a 21-gun salute, and then the South African Air Force at Astras will then give him a salute flight.
All right.
And then at the end of the 21-gun salute will conclude the military participation of the State of the Nation address.
Well, thank you for talking to us all about this.
It's a pleasure, ma'am.
Warrant Officer Norena talking to us here on this special live coverage of the State of the Nation address here on Channel 404 and SABC 2. Thank you for choosing us to bring you this coverage. And you can see that everything is ready. The stage is set for the President to arrive and come. We've seen his motorcade here on your screen right now. He's coming up in what has been described as the Pope Mobile, and it's open, it's there for South Africans to see the President as he does make his way in, wave at some of the passers-by, and of course connect with the people as much as he can through the windows of this vehicle as he comes here and hopefully offers some solutions to this tough period that South Africans find themselves in right now. Well, it's good to welcome back our co-host for this State of the Nation broadcast, Mr. Vuyon Voko. Welcome back.
Well, yeah, getting closer to the moment we've all been waiting for, the State of the Nation address.
We should do indeed. It's we're looking at, we've been told 5 minutes, exactly 5 minutes before 7, the President will be standing at the top of the staircase, getting ready for the national anthem.
There he is.
And thereafter makes his way into the National Assembly. So there he is in his vehicle.
Is it still relevant? Last year. Well, President Jacob Zuma, of course, greeting some of the honored guests that are here this time around. Every year, they get to invite some South Africans who are doing work that perhaps may not be in the public domain, or whose histories at times people may have forgotten. Yesterday he had some tea with some of them. Among them, of course, was the man who took that iconic Hector Peterson picture in 1976. He also invited some religious leaders, as well as some elders. Well, from there, of course, he will be taking his position on. He will be taking his position on the stairs, from where he will be singing, joined by the Deputy President, the national anthem.
Well, there you can see the President coming up the red carpet. He is joined, of course, by Madam Speaker Baleka Mbete by his side, and the chair of the NCOP as well, Thandi Modise, walking just behind there with the spouse of our President Jacob Zuma. We saw two spouses arrive earlier as well that have already entered into the National Assembly, that are going to be listening on to the President delivering his speech. And he's making his way to the top of the stairs. As soon as he reaches the top of the stairs, he will then, of course, stand there with the Deputy President of the country, and the national anthem of South Africa will be sung, as well as the flyover by the Air Force and the 21-gun salute, all to take place right now, just before. This is First Lady Mangema by his side, accompanying him to this 2016 State of the Nation address. Well, there you go. You saw the national anthem being sung. You saw the 21-gun salute and the National Guard standing in honor of our head of state. He has now made his way into the National Assembly, and of course he will be welcomed by the parliamentarians and other members and invited guests that are inside the National Assembly. And at exactly 7 o'clock that the President is now expected to deliver the State of the Nation address. Let's leave you with these visuals, and we will let the National Assembly begin.
Bandululo kwaze kwasamabhunde silazile phithizela ukubani yekile bodemeti ngobe nikhulula ama-Afrika onke umdono omile phezu kwenkandla phaye bawulabalabela unomfundo oqobo bethi kafundile yobaphikisa ngiyoze ngife ufundile okamsholozi ufundisiwe ungafakaza unina kakhulu maye ngwayempinda amshaye kuye kufakaze ngisho gazi lakhe kwaba kwabheku inkosana kakhongolose abayibeka beyibangisa abakhulu inkosana abayibeka ngobuqhawe nangobuhlakani bayo abanye bebeko ngizabalaza kwawise sihlahle esikhulu esihlula ngisho sebethi basiphula Chief of Intelligence indaba eyiphikisa esikhundleni esiphezulu bethokozuma kasophinda akhomba ngophakathi babemfela umona ubuholi kabufundelwa ama-Afrika ubuholi busegazini kuwe msholozi obahole ekudingiseni elusaka phaye bakhothamela nanamhlanjena ama-Afrika onke asakukhothamela ukhatshana kaviki ngasihlangu akanjengasothamlilo indaba engizwe ngimncane ngaze ngamdala ngayibona ngamehlo ngiyibona enyakana ka-2005 bethokozuma eqala iqala ekutholwa ngosopolitiki ephalamende amanye amacala etholwa zimantshi ezinkantolo ugedlehlekisa abanye bemkhunkula umazulaza ayithole nanamhlanje ziyathakasa izizwe zonke uvula bevalile umgoqo bawuvale phakathi ephalamende bethi kayisophinde ibuse kamtholosi nanamhlanje niyangena kwaye kwajapha ngishozwe ngephepha isithole simagqabhagqabha ngebo kwesakithi bozuma esibhekwe izizwe zonke zasimoyizelela amakhomanisi asimoyizelela ezekhosathu zonke zisibhekile zasimoyizelela sholozi ngeke ngikuqede nqamalala
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Please be seated.
Speaker, Honorable Speaker and Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, may I please get your attention?
No, Honorable Shibambu, I wouldn't like to give you attention at this point. Could you please take your seat?
I wanted some assurance because we want to know the rules that are constituting this House, if they are all applicable, because we have been having press conferences that say that these are not applicable. Are you going to be able to recognize me later?
Take your seat.
Are you going to recognize me later?
Honorable Shibambu, take your seat.
I will take my seat, but I'm going to come before the president comes so that we get clarity in terms of the rules that are going to be applicable in this house, because we must know what guys this
Honorable
house,
Shibambu,
the other
please
leaders
take your
about these
seat.
issues. Then.
Honorable members, the President
But Speaker, can
has
we be
called
recognized,
this
please?
joint sitting
Honorable Speaker,
of the National
on a point
Assembly
of order, Honorable
and the
Speaker.
National Council of Provinces
On a point of order, Honorable
in
Speaker.
terms of Section 84
Honorable
2D
Speaker, can you please recognize
of the
me on a point of order,
Constitution
because
of the Republic
point of order
of
is
South
part of
Africa,
the rules, and you can't
read
proceed like
with
that.
Joint Rule
Point of order is not part of the
71A
rules. The rules are very
in
important
order
because
to deliver
they govern
the
this
State
house. All
of
of
the
us
Nation
must be governed
address.
by the rules, Speaker. Because without
This
the rules,
sitting,
we are going to have a problem.
Honorable Malema,
Can
please
I'm
take
rising
your
on a
seat,
point
Honorable
of privilege,
Malema.
Speaker.
Take your seat.
Can I rise on a point of
No,
privilege,
Honorable
Speaker?
Malema.
Are we not running
Allow
according
me to finish.
Please,
Allow me to finish, Honorable Malema.
I don't want to stand up when the president is
Honorable
there.
Malema, allow me to finish. This sitting is meant specifically for the purpose of affording the President an opportunity to deliver the State of the Nation address. On this occasion, no business other than the address by the President is entertained. We also wish to remind members that the debate on the address will take place on the 16th and 17th February, where members will have an opportunity to fully engage and debate the President's address. On the 18th February, the President will reply to the debate. The above is consistent with the message that the presiding officers conveyed to the whips of all political parties represented here. We trust that all political parties will ensure the smooth and orderly running of proceedings today. Honorable members, I request that points of order and questions of privilege be dealt with in the sittings of next week, unless they have a direct bearing on the current sitting. Honorable members, I now call
Speaker, order. But you have proposed that we must not use point of order and what here. We're not agreeing to that proposal.
Shibambu.
You can't
Honorable
impose the rule.
Shibambu.
You don't have a power to decree a rule.
We
You're
have
not
the
God.
power
you
of
must
the chair.
allow us to decide
We
whether
have
we agree
the
on that
power
rule or
of the
not.
chair.
Allow us to speak.
Honorable Shibambu.
The rule process here, and we're saying no.
Honorable Shibambu, we have the power of the chair.
Which rule?
That's the power
Point
that
us
we
the
are
rule.
using.
The rule. Tell us the rule. Which rule? We must be governed by rules here, not by emotions. We must be told which rule gives you such powers to suspend the rule of the joint sitting.
Speaker, my international award-winning speaker of non-violence, Martin Luther King recognized.
Honorable,
please take a point of order. You have made a proposal, Honorable Balekambete. You must put it to the House. You are saying that we must suspend certain rules today under certain conditions. My international award-winning Honorable Speaker of non-violence. Please help us, because you went to a press conference and threatened that you are going to undo the rules of Parliament. So we now realize you want to make a proposal. Allow us to engage that proposal,
today's
please.
sitting is convened to enable the president
Yeah, but I want to respond to your
deliver his
proposal.
State of the Nation address.
No problem. You are the one that introduced the point of
And
proposal.
we have told you that honorable members will have the opportunity next week to engage.
Then you should have proposed that next week. You should have made that proposal next week, not here.
Honorable
so since
member,
you have made it, let's
take
engage
your
the proposal.
Take your seat, Honorable Ndlozi.
But Honorable Speaker, we don't always have to go to the Constitutional Court for you to run the business of this House properly. We don't always have to do that. We don't always have to do that. We don't need to do that.
Honorable
you have
members.
demonstrated that
Honorable
you can flout
members.
the rules of this Parliament.
Honorable
you have demonstrated
members.
by allowing illegal commissions to take place in this Parliament.
Honorable
so please,
member, can you take
there's
your
never
seat?
a time where a sitting is going to go on in this Parliament and rules suspended. Please guide us. We need to run this House.
Honorable
like any other business of
members,
Parliament.
joint
Please, Speaker.
Rule 14G provides that if the presiding officer is of the opinion that a member is deliberately contravening a provision of the rules, or that a member is in contempt of or is disregarding the authority of the chair, or that a member's conduct is grossly disorderly, he or she may order the member to withdraw immediately from the chamber for the remainder of the sitting. And we would now like honorable members to cooperate, because otherwise we are going to have to ask you to withdraw from the chamber.
Honorable Speaker, molao o fetsang go bua ka one a mo ntlong ye ka jeko ra o dirisa na, because o buile ka molomo wa gago mo medieng gore go na le melao e mengwe e o tlo e suspendang. Ke efeng e re tshwantseng re dumalane le wena ka yone, ke efeng e re tshwantseng re ska dumalana ka yone le wena ka yone. Honorable Speaker, how is you recognizing
Honorable member, I have not recognized you. Honorable member, please take your seat.
Speaker, can you recognize me, please?
What are you rising on?
On a point of order, 14C.
What is the point of order?
A point of order is that, Madam Speaker, on the press briefing that you had yesterday, you suspended some rules.
That's not a point of order.
We want some clarity on that one, Speaker, before
That's
we start.
not a point of order, honorable member. And I am now not going to allow any more points of orders.
On a point of order,
Speaker.
I'm rising on 14C, Speaker, because it looks like you are using the same rules we are using. 14C.
What is the point of order?
The point of order, the Honorable Speaker, is that we want an assurance from you. We have no problem that these rules are going to apply today. And if we are going to go with the proposal we have made, then put it to the House. Because you cannot just come and announce that this is what is going to happen in a democratic parliament. So please put that proposal on the table and then let's discuss it. And if they need a right, you can't say because there is a rule here. We work according to the rules, Speaker. Please,
Honorable Malemba, take your seat.
The honourable member, Mr. Ndlozi, is saying that he must put it to the House. I propose that this matter be put to the House, whether we go on or not, and let us vote on it.
Honorable members, joint sittings are not for debates or taking of decisions. Joint sittings have one item, these ones, this particular one has one item. And Honorable Ndlozi, take your seat. And Honorable members, your conduct is now not only interfering with the ability of Parliament to conduct the business of today, but you are also disregarding the authority of the chair. If you do not take your seats and cooperate with the chair, we will have no other option but to ask you to leave. And I'm not recognizing you now. I am not allowing you to raise any more points. I now, honorable members.
Order, Chair. Madam Speaker. Order, Chair. Chair.
Honorable Chief Whip.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I had raised my hand first.
You stood up, I raised my hand.
I didn't see his hand.
Madam Speaker,
I saw his hand.
He stood up, I raised my hand. My
Seat,
point,
Honorable Chief Whip.
This is the same rule book that everybody is using on procedure on joint sittings. Rule 13(2). No vote or decision may be taken by or in a joint sitting. I move the same rule that everybody is using. So there is no such a thing, there's no rule applying on us voting or taking decision. The President must just address the House and then we debate next week.
I recognize Honorable Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have rules of Parliament to govern the sittings of this House. This joint sitting is no exception. And the rules are very important because they ensure that there's a proper free flow of debate in the House and that everybody has a right to have something to say. The point that needs to be made, however, Madam Speaker, is that if you expect us to abide by the rules, then you, Madam Speaker, must abide by the rules yourself. You have no right to unilaterally come to the House today and remove rules from the rule book. If you'd wanted to do that, the opportunity was on the 11th of November last year when the joint rules were reassessed. You did not choose to do that. You have no power, Madam Speaker, to come here and make rules up or remove rules that exist in this rule book on your own volition. So we want to abide by the rules, Madam Speaker, but you need to abide by the rules as well and set the example.
Honorable Steenhuisen. Honorable Mulder.
Honourable Speaker, I think we can proceed, and I don't think there should be a problem because the rules make provision for what we need to do. Rule 14U makes provision that points of order can be taken, but the point of order needs to deal with procedure. So I would suggest that we cannot just suspend a rule in this fashion. We cannot also take a decision on that. So if somebody should take a point of order in terms of Rule 14U, then you can rule from the chair that it does not deal with procedure and rule it out of order and the proceedings can continue. And that's the way that we should do it. We cannot suspend rules in the run today. Can we?
Speaker, you must withdraw that proposal. Please. Honorable Speaker, you are winning awards now. Just carry on like that. This type of conduct may compromise your chances of winning more international awards. Please. Now you are going to win a Sankara Award once you withdraw that one. Please.
Can I just remind you what I said a few minutes ago? I said to you what you were raising as so-called points of order had no direct bearing on this sitting. In other words, they were out of order, and that's what I was doing. I was ruling them out of order. And I really now, honorable members,
Madam Speaker,
am not going to allow you to continue disrupting us. And I'm going to ask that you either cooperate or you don't. And in that case, we will have to ask you to withdraw from the chamber.
Honorable Speaker, with due respect, we are not disrupting.
No, you are.
No, we are not.
Honorable Malema, I'm not allowing you
when
anymore
you say to
now.
us who must sit down, we sit down.
No, Honorable Malema. You have raised what you said were points of order, and I told you they had no bearing on this sitting. And I'm saying now, you take your seats and we proceed, or if you don't want to cooperate, you leave the chamber.
No, we're cooperating, Honorable Speaker. All we're asking is that these rules of a joint sitting must be reaffirmed by you, that these are the rules which are going to govern.
Which is why I ruled your points of order out of order. And I'm saying we now are going to proceed.
Chairperson of the NCOP, you
So
can sit there,
you will now.
You are co-chairing, it's a joint
We
sitting.
will now ask you to leave the chamber, Honorable Malema. Because you consistently continue with various points of order, which are not points of order. They have no bearing on this sitting.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
I have not recognized you, Honorable Shibam.
Yeah, I'm asking for recognition. I'm aware I would have spoken if I had been recognized. I'm asking for recognition.
On what point?
On point 14C of the joint rules of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces. It says that this House may not be interrupted unless there is a point of order or point of privilege. May I please finish before you interrupt me? And we came to ask here that before we proceed, you had said from the chair there that you are going to unilaterally, alone, declare and decree that the rules have been suspended. And we're saying to you that such is not procedural. All the sittings of the NCOP, of the NA, of joint sittings are governed by rules. So let us use the rules to govern the entire process without suspending any of those. Because if we continue in the manner you have proposed, we're going to make certain interventions and then you will criminalize us. Go call those thugs to come and assault us here, like we did in the previous sitting.
Honorable,
and we do not want such to happen.
Honorable Shibambu, I have been very patient with you and the members, the other members of the EFF. This joint sitting is governed under the rules, joint rules that were adopted in November 2015. And we are going to proceed on that basis. We're not going to allow you any more opportunity to continue disrupting us. And I now, Honorable Malema, prevail on you to give leadership to the EFF sitting in those benches to cooperate with this sitting, because we are going to continue with the joint sitting as convened today for the State of the Nation address.
May we assist
Honorable
you,
Gadi,
may we assist
Honorable
you,
Gadi,
Speaker?
Honorable Gadi, I am not recognizing you.
Only if you can just
I
listen
am not
a little bit,
recognizing.
you
I'm
will
not
be
going to
able
listen.
to
I
proceed.
am not wanting to listen. And I'm not going to allow you to disrupt anymore. I am not going to allow you to disrupt anymore.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable members, take
Madam
your seats.
Speaker.
Members of the EFF, make up your minds whether you want to stay in the chamber
No,
or
we
you
want
want
to
to
stay
withdraw.
here. But
No,
hear us
but
out.
you want to disrupt,
No,
and I'm
you are
not going to have
threatening
that.
us. You are threatening us. You can't say we are disruptors. We are honorable members of the House.
Take your seat.
We are not disruptors.
What you are
can't
doing
threaten
is
us.
not honorable.
You allow DA members to speak. You allow Utata IFP to speak. You allow EFF Plus to speak. But when it comes to us, we must not speak. Who
your
are
seat.
we?
Madam Speaker.
We belong to this house. Mama, please, ndiyacela, please.
Niyasilibazisa. That's what you are doing.
Silibazisi, Mama.
Niyasilibazisa. Honorable Maimane.
Madam Speaker, I can't see where this thing is going. In fact, I think all of us agree that the EFF have accepted that we are going to operate on the joint rules. We cannot delay this thing. South Africans are waiting for their answers to be put forward. Can I ask that we proceed and get the State of the Nation on the go? Please.
Your point of intervention is sustained, Honorable Maimane, and I now call on the Honorable the President to address the joint sitting.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces,
Madam Speaker.
Deputy Speaker of
Madam, on a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Deputy Chairperson
on a point of order,
of the
Madam
NCOP,
Speaker.
Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa, former President Thabo Mbeki,
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
Chief Justice Mogoeng.
I have already said that I will not take any further points of order.
Madam Speaker, may I rise on a point of order?
No, Honorable Likota. I appeal to you to take your seat, to allow the President to proceed to deliver the State of the Nation address.
Madam Speaker,
I prevail on you, Honorable Likota, to take your seat.
Madam Speaker, I'm rising
Honorable Likota.
Precisely on that point. Please, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Likota, I appeal to you to take your seat.
Madam Speaker, may I rise on a point of order? You can't rule me out of order before you hear.
Honorable Likota, on the basis of what I have already explained, I am prevailing on you to take your seat and allow the State of the Nation address to be delivered.
Madam Speaker, there is a point of order in these proceedings. May I please state my point of order? May I
Honorable Likota, please take your seat.
My point of order. You may rule against it, but I want to state it. I want to state it, and you can rule against it.
Honorable President, please take your seat. President.
Madam Speaker, the Honorable President has already admitted before our nation in the Constitutional Court that he broke his oath of office. No, I must say this. He broke his oath of office. He broke his oath of office. He is no longer honorable. He is not
Honorable Likota.
A state.
Honorable Likota. No, Honorable Likota, that's not a point of order.
We cannot listen to somebody who's broken his oath of office.
That is not a point of order, Honorable
Sit here
Likota.
and listen to him. He is no longer fit to lead our people.
Honorable Likota, will you leave the chamber?
Point of order.
Excuse me?
Will you leave? Will you leave the chamber?
If you are saying,
because that is not a point of order.
That's a point of order.
It's not.
His oath of office.
That is not a point of order. It has nothing to do with the proceedings of this sitting.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We will not listen to somebody.
So you are free to leave the chamber.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We cannot listen to somebody.
Honorable Likota.
Ni kombela ku vulavula nyana.
We note that all the members of COPE have left the House, and we now ask the Honorable, the President, to proceed with the State of the Nation address.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And all esteemed members of the judiciary. The President of the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Roger Kodo Dang, ministers and deputy ministers, premiers and speakers of provincial legislatures, chairperson of SALGA, and all executive mayors present, the heads of Chapter 9 institutions, chairperson of the National House of Traditional Leaders, leaders of faith-based organizations, the former Speaker of the National Assembly, Dr. Freni Chinwala, invited guests, veterans of the struggle for liberation, members of the diplomatic corps, fellow South Africans, good evening, Sanbonani, Molweni, Dumelang, Huyanand, Loshani, Riperire, Dimatekwan. Thank you for the opportunity to address Parliament and the nation. Today marks the 26th anniversary of the release of President Nelson Mandela from prison. Which was one of the most remarkable episodes in the history of our country. It is also the 50th anniversary of the declaration by the National Party regime that District 6 would be a white-only area, leading to the forced removals of more than 60,000 residents. The year 2016 also marks the 20th anniversary of the signing into law by President Madiba of the Constitution of the Republic. The signing took place in Sharpeville on the 10th December 1996. We are proud of our democracy and what we have achieved in a short space of time. Our democracy is functional, solid, and stable. Compatriots, the Constitution, which has its foundation in the Freedom Charter, proclaims that South Africa belongs to all who live in it. A lot has been done to promote inclusion and a non-racial society. However, the journey to a non-racial society has not yet been completed. The nation was shaken last month when racism reared its ugly head on social and electronic media, causing untold pain and anger. There is a need to confront the demon of racism. Human Rights Day, March 21st, will be commemorated as the National Day Against Racism this year. It will be used to lay the foundation for a long-term program of building a non-racial society. Compatriots,
Madam Speaker,
I would like
in terms
to
of
remind you
14C,
of a
may
few
I raise a question
other
of privilege?
important anniversaries.
The President has spoken, and the matter I need to raise is materially relevant to what the President has
the
spoken
Women's
about.
March to the Union
Madam
buildings.
Speaker.
Sorry, Honorable President.
Madam Speaker.
Honorable President.
Madam Speaker, can the President sit down so that I raise the point of privilege?
Honorable President, please take your seat.
Thank you.
Honorable President,
sit down,
please take
Mr.
your seat.
Zupta.
Honorable Gadi.
The issue that is material relevant and it's a question of privilege is...
On what point are you rising?
14C, a question of privilege, a matter materially relevant to the paragraphs that the President has already read. The question here, Madam Speaker, is, in 4 days we had 3 ministers, unprecedented reaction of the market that actually cost the country 500 billion rand. 4 paragraphs has been read and the President has not said anything. Can you assure us that is going to raise the matter?
Honorable Gadi, you said you were rising on a point of privilege.
Very, very
You
material.
also said it is relevant to what the President
Very, very relevant. 500 billion rand gone, Madam Chairperson.
Honorable Gadi.
I'm listening, Madam Chair.
I have not heard the relevance to the current debate on the point of privilege that you are quoting.
Maybe I should repeat, Madam Chair, so that you can hear well. The President has read almost 2 pages, has not said anything about the loss of 500 billion rand, having 3 ministers in 4 days.
Honorable Gadi.
Unprecedentedly
Honorable Gadi. You have not raised a point of privilege. Please take your seat.
Okay.
Thank you. Honorable President, please proceed.
The nation was shaken last month when racism reared its ugly head on social and electronic media, causing untold pain and anger. There is a need to confront the demon of racism. Human Rights Day, March 21st, will be commemorated as the National Day Against Racism this year. It will be used to lay the foundation for a long-term program of building a non-racial society. Compatriots, I would like to remind you of a few other important anniversaries. The year 2016 marks 60 years since the Women's March to the Union buildings to demand an end to the past laws. We are happy to have in our midst
Honorable
Ms.
Speaker.
Sophie De Bruyn,
Honorable Speaker,
who was among the heroic leaders
Honorable Speaker.
of that historic march.
Honorable Speaker.
We also acknowledge the former president of the Black Sash, Ms. Mary
Honorable Speaker.
Burton.
Honorable Speaker.
We acknowledge the organization's
Honorable
track
Speaker.
record in fighting
Honorable
for
Speaker.
human rights, justice, and
Honorable
equality.
Speaker. Honorable
This
Speaker.
year also
Honorable Speaker.
marks 40 years
Honorable
since the
Speaker.
landmark June 16 student
Honorable
uprising
Speaker.
in Soweto.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
We welcome
Honorable Speaker,
who shot the famous
Honorable Speaker,
photograph of Hector Peterson,
Chair of NCOP, Chair of NCOP, Chair of NCOP,
carried by
Honorable Speaker,
with his sister,
Honorable Speaker,
Toenet, Mr. Sam Zuma.
Chito. Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
We also salute the class of 1976 for their bravery.
Honorable Motisa. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
In standing up,
point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Brutal apartheid regime.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
We acknowledge one of the activists.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
That era, the Deputy Secretary.
Point of order,
Honorable President, I regret to have to ask you again to take the seat so we can perhaps make progress in dealing with this point of order. What is the point of order, Honorable Mbata?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Bengicela ukubuza umbuzo, Mongameli.
Cha.
Ungawuthatha umbuzo?
No, cha Mbata.
Kwenziwa yini Mongameli?
No, Honorable Mbata. This is not a time for questions. Honorable Mbata. Honorable Mbata. This is not an opportunity for questions. Cha, awuvumelekanga ukuthi ubuze, Honorable Mbata. You are not allowed to ask questions on this occasion. And really, honorable members, I think I have to now clarify for the understanding of all that a point of order or question of privilege is only allowed if it calls attention to a transgression of a joint rule or an accepted parliamentary practice or a privilege. Freedom of speech is one of the privileges that members enjoy in the exercise of their constitutional obligation to represent their constituencies. This privilege is subject to the rules and orders. Honorable members, privileges are provided for in the Constitution and powers, privileges and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. Spurious points of order are an abuse of the rules and privilege of freedom of speech. Improperly interfering with or impeding the exercise or performance by Parliament of its authority or function constitutes a breach of privilege. Other breaches include improper interference with the performance by a member of his or her functions as a member, or threatening or obstructing a member proceeding to or going from a meeting of Parliament or a House committee. I read this into the record so that we are all having the same understanding of what a point of order or privilege is about. It's about these proceedings. And honorable members, on those grounds, I am really prevailing on all of us to allow the State of the Nation address to be delivered.
Speaker, may I please address you?
No.
Why?
I have explained why.
Okay, I'm raising on a point of order, hey?
No, Honorable Josie.
I don't want to interrupt.
Honorable Josie. Honorable Josie, we have spent a lot of minutes with the EFF interrupting and being disruptive.
On a point of order. On a point of order.
You are are being disruptive.
No, on a point of order,
members
Speaker.
of the EFF.
Please don't address us as a group, address us as individuals. You can't say you have been dealing with the EFF.
I
We're
have.
speaking here, no.
Everybody
We're speaking
has been
here
seeing it.
as members of this parliament, and you shall address us as individuals and not an assault on our party.
Honorable
We're
Malema,
standing, yes, like that.
You are
please.
not, Honorable Malema, you are not coming here to lecture us about how to run the proceedings of this sitting. I am asking that you cooperate or make up your mind that you want to withdraw.
We're not withdrawing, Speaker, and you're not going to tell us how we must participate here. We're elected to come here and represent our constituents.
But you are also not going to come and be disruptive to the proceedings of the House.
We're standing up procedurally and we're
No,
referring to the
Honorable
rules.
Malema.
You may not agree with us, but we are
Honorable Malema.
rising on a point of privilege and
Honorable
honors.
Malema, I really have to prevail on you to leave the chamber. Because you are not interested in these proceedings.
No, Speaker, you never asked me to sit down and I defied you. I'm cooperating.
But what you are doing is you are continuously interrupting the
I
proceedings.
put up on a point of order that don't call us as a group. So
Honorable
I'm
Malema,
cooperating with you. I'm sitting
I'm
down.
calling on you to play your leadership role.
Please.
I'm calling on you to play your leadership role. As I had requested all political parties to make sure that we can have a smooth state of the nation proceedings. Honorable Pando.
Speaker, would you please, Speaker, allow the business for which this sitting has been called to continue? We are here to receive the State of the Nation address, which we are very ready to debate next Tuesday and Wednesday. So could you allow the business of the House, which is called in terms of the joint rules and the Constitution, for the President to present the State of the Nation address? And would you, Speaker, please assist us by not having extended dialogues with members of the House and allow us to continue?
Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP.
Honorable Shivambo, you have not been recognized.
I'm asking for recognition. I'm asking for recognition. Like you recognized Honorable Pando.
What?
On
what point are you rising?
I'm rising on a point of order.
Yes, sir. Which point of order?
When the Speaker is dealing with members of the EFF, someone has switched off my microphone. Someone has switched off my microphone. Can it go on, please? The rules, it's not on yet. The rules of this House. Can you please switch it on, please? Switch on my microphone, please. The chair of the NCOP had recognized me. The chair of the NCOP had recognized me. Can I continue?
On what point of order? That was...
The principal issue which we are raising is that there is no rule that says that you can deal with a political party as the whole caucus. To say that EFF members are doing this and that. I've got lots of members of parliament here who have not said anything. Honorable Dlamini has not said anything today. Honorable Chawan has not said anything. You can't say that all of you are a problem. If you want to leave, you must leave. That is not how this House is run. If you have got a problem with the
Honorable
specific member,
Shibambo, I have heard
must
you.
point to the rule
That is
and
not
then
a point
address
of
that
order.
person. But it's a
Because
point of
that
order.
point
What
was
else do
made
you want?
by the Honorable Malema. Please take your seat.
But is my point noted, Chair?
That is not a point of order. Please take your seat.
I don't know what is.
Honorable members.
Chair.
Honorable members.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable members. It might be nice to spend time doing what we are doing. I do not think we are earning South Africa any credit doing what we are doing. The rules are very clear. On the 20th of November 2015, joint rules adopted the rules which govern the proceedings of today. Can we please respect those rules and allow the business of this sitting to continue?
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Ndlozi.
May I please address you like other members do?
Please take your seat.
May I please address you, Chair?
Please take your seat.
Honorable Chairperson, I'm pleading
Honorable
with your
Ndlozi,
conscience.
I am pleading with you to take your seat.
Honorable Chair, this is a problem.
Honorable Ndlozi, thank you.
On the point of order, Chair.
There is no point.
Wait. Let me speak.
Honorable.
Why do you allow ANC people to speak, and when it comes to us, you don't allow us to speak? What is wrong, man?
Honorable member, you will
Speaker,
excuse
you
me, I
must
do not know your name.
Wait.
But you are not going to address the chair
you don't have to know
that
my name.
way.
You don't have to know my name. That's not a problem. Why do you allow ANC people to speak, and when it comes to us, we're not allowed to speak here? All of us, we must account to this house and to this nation.
Honorable Dlamini, you were not recognized and you were
So
not
that one must
given
be
the
clear.
floor. Please take your seat.
Mama, ndicela undimamele.
Ma'am, I am not going to give you the seat.
No,
We
ndicela-
started this
ndicela
sitting going
ndivumele,
round and
ndithethe.
round in circles.
Ndicela undivumele.
No.
Ubavumele abanye abantu.
Honorable members, rising
Isebenza
on
njani kanti
spurious
endlini?
points of orders is not going to help this out.
Uba ubusivumela sithethe ngesesigqibile ngoku.
Please take your seat, ma'am.
Mama, please ndiyacela.
I am asking you to take your seat.
On a point of order, Chairperson of NCOP. Point of order, NCOP. Chairperson of the NCOP. Ke kopa tshireletso kgatlhanong le Premier ya Northern Cape because one tshosetsa o nka ka monona ke titla ya ka go bua mo ntlong e ntle le go tshosediwa ke ema ka point of order. She's here. On a point of order, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, ke kopa o re letlelele jaaka maloko a EFF go bua mo ntlong e o se ka wa dira fela ka maloko a ANC because sewa ga se mo molaong wa ntlo e and o itse sentle kgatelelo a e fedisiwe mme.
Honorable Makos, the points you have made are not points of order. Honorable Makos, please take your seat.
Sakela lapho somlomo. Sakela. Chairperson, bengicela Nkosi yami azile uzodlala. Akani silaleleni.
Kaula, please take your seat.
Okokuqala nje lo mangameli akakaxolisi ngento ayenzile. Yezimali
Honorable Kaula, you are ordered to take your seat.
Angikuzwa ukuthi thina khuluma isiZulu.
Honorable Kaula,
yebo.
You are ordered to take your seat.
Angizwa ukuthi uthini.
Honorable Kaula, if you do not take your seat, I have no alternative but to ask you to leave this house.
Angikuzwa ukuthi uthini. Ngimna ngumZulu siwe KZN. Mina ngavota lo 94. Votelile ukuthi sikhulume ama language ethu. Ngicela ungikhulumele ngesiZulu asiqabele.
Honorable Kaula, ngicela uhlala phansi.
Ngiyezwa ke. Kodwa awuthathela uMangameli. Esimbuzo wethu lo Mangameli.
Uhlale phansi.
Ngiyabonga.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, please allow me to greet you with Assalamu alaikum. I want to indicate that we have a difficulty here because you cannot ask a person to sit before the person has expressed himself. According to your interpretation of the rules, you have indicated very clearly that you will rule whether it is a point of privilege or a point of order. You are only going to know that after you have listened to the honourable member. And this is the dilemma that you are being faced with, and you are making it very difficult for us to continue the business of the day by not allowing people to stand on points of order and to make themselves very clear. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Honorable Fowler, you are doing very well. Take your seat. Honorable members, we will not allow any points of orders. We will not allow any points of orders because all the points of orders that you have put on this House today have nothing to do with the proceedings or the content of this House.
Honorable Chair.
Honorable Mukwili, I am speaking and you cannot address me when I'm speaking.
I'm requesting you to recognize me, Chair.
I am speaking.
But I'm requesting your recognition. It's according to the rules
Honorable
of
Mukwili,
this House.
take
You must
your seat.
recognize me, then I will sit down. Do you
Please
recognize me?
take your seat. Honorable members, Honorable Maiman.
We can tonight discuss the job of one man who is Minister Nene last year, or we can discuss the jobs of 8.3 million. That's the decision we've got to make. Can I request, Madam Speaker, we've heard the points, you can rule on those, but can we proceed? Because I think 8.3 million South Africans deserve to know what happened to their jobs. Can I request that we proceed on that basis, please?
Honorable members. Honorable members.
Chairperson of NSOP.
No, I have not recognized you.
Can you recognize me?
No.
But Chair, why are you treating us differently to other political parties? Musi Maimane, Honorable Musi, stood up and then you just give me a go ahead. Why? We are equal in this House.
Honorable Shopper, please take your seat.
Can you recognize me, Honorable Chair? Then I'll take
Honorable
my seat.
Shopper, Honorable Dlamini, Honorable Mente, Honorable Makos, Honorable Kaula, Honorable Mukwili, Honorable Vauda, please leave this House.
You are out of order, Metandi, you are out of order. You are out of order because you cannot expel people for speaking in this House. We are not going to allow that. We are not going to allow that. This is so undemocratic. These people, no, national chairperson, they listened to you and they went to sit down. Now you just call them from Norway. It's incorrect. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
Honorable Malema,
you
were not recognized.
You are prepared
You
to
will also
remove
the
the whole
list that I have
party
asked
which
to
has been
vacate the
elected by the
chamber.
people in defense of one man. There's nothing that
Honorable
Zuma deserves
Malema,
from
you will
us
join
in a
the
form
group
of a
that must
respect.
leave this chamber.
Zuma is no longer a president that deserves a respect from anyone. He has stolen from us. He has collapsed the economy of South Africa. He has made this country a joke. And after that, he has laughed at us. We cannot allow Zuma to do as he wishes in this country. We are not going to allow that. We are doing what we are doing because we do not recognize him as our president. He is not our president. Please. Zupta must fall. 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 Zupta must fall.
I do take note that the whole of the EFF as the party are chanting in the house and are disrupting this house.
Zupta must fall. 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 Zupta must fall.
When we come back next day, you will not be a president.
The Honorable the President.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me proceed where I was. We also salute the class of 1976 for their bravery in standing up against the brutal apartheid regime. We acknowledge one of the activists of that era, the Deputy Secretary of Parliament, Ms. Baby Chawa, who is in our midst. This year, we also mark 30 years since the ambush and brutal killing of the Guguletu 7 by the apartheid police in March 1986. The University of Fort Hare celebrates its centenary, which is a critical milestone in the liberation history of not only our country, but the continent. The national celebrations will take place on the 20th of May. Let me, in that context, recognize Umntwana Okaphindangene, the leader of the IFP, who is a former student of the university. The year 2016 also marks the centenary of the Battle of Devil Woods in France, which took place during the First World War. Scores of soldiers died there, including black soldiers who fought in the war and were treated badly due to the color of their skins, including separate burials and in separate places. A memorial that will restore their dignity and humanity is scheduled to be unveiled in July this year in France. Compatriots, allow me as well to recognize 3 special guests who are also with us today. The chairperson of the National Church Leaders Forum and Archbishop of Cape Town, Archbishop Thabo Makgoba. Archbishop Daniel Matebesi, the President of the National Interfaith Council of South Africa. And Bishop Sipho Siwa, the presiding bishop of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa and the president of the South African Council of Churches. Madam Speaker and Madam Chairperson, a resilient and fast-growing economy is at the heart of our radical economic transformation agenda and our national development plan. When the economy grows fast, it delivers jobs, workers earn wages, and businesses make profits. The tax base expands and allows government to increase the social wage and provide education, health, social grants, housing, and free basic services faster and in a more sustainable manner. Our economy has been facing difficulties since the financial crisis in 2008. We embarked on an aggressive infrastructure development program to stimulate growth. Our reality right now is that global growth still remains muted. Financial markets have become volatile. Currencies of emerging markets have become weak and they fluctuate widely. The prices of gold, platinum, coal, and other minerals that we sell to the rest of the world have dropped significantly and continue to be low. The economies of 2 of our partners in BRICS, Brazil and Russia, are expected to contract this year. The third, China, will not register the kind of robust growth that it is known for. Because our economy is relatively small and open, it is affected by all of these developments. Our economy is also affected by domestic factors such as the electricity constraints and industrial relations, which are sometimes unstable. The IMF and the World Bank predict that the South African economy will grow by less than 1% this year. The lower economic growth outcomes and outlook suggest that revenue collection will be lower than previously expected. Importantly, our country seems to be at the risk of losing its investment grade status from ratings agencies. If that happens, it will become more expensive for us to borrow money from abroad to finance our programs of building better life for all, especially the poor. The situation requires an effective turnaround plan from us. It is about doing things differently and also acting on what may not have been acted upon quickly before. I will share a few points that we believe would make a difference. First, our country remains an attractive investment destination. It may face challenges, but its positive attributes far outweigh those challenges. We must continue to market the country as a preferred destination for investment. This requires a common narrative from all of us as business, labor, and government. If there are any disagreements or problems between us, we should solve them before they escalate. This is necessary for the common good of our country. We have heard fruitful meetings with business, including the high-level meeting with CEOs on Tuesday this week. We have heard the suggestions from business community on how we can turn the situation around and put the economy back on a growth path. We have heard the points about the need to create the correct investment support infrastructure. Government is developing a one-stop shop Invest South Africa initiative to signal that South Africa is truly open for business. We will fast-track the implementation of this service in partnership with the private sector. Such an initiative requires that government removes the red tape and reviews any legislative and regulatory blockages. We have established an interministerial committee on investment promotion which will ensure the success of investment promotion initiatives. Compatriots, we have heard the concerns raised about the performance of state-owned enterprises and companies. Many of our SOEs are performing well. Sandral has built some of the best roads in Gauteng. And in many parts of the country. These make us the envy of many parts around the globe. The Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority has constructed dams of varied capabilities and capacities, thus making it possible for our people to have access to safe drinking water. Transnet has built rail infrastructure which has enabled our country's mines to move massive bulk of commodities through our ports to markets around the globe. Eskom, in spite of the challenges, still manages to keep the economy going against all odds. Our development finance institutions such as the Industrial Development Corporation or Development Bank of Southern Africa and others have provided finance for infrastructure, various industries, and agricultural businesses without fail, even in the aftermath of the global financial crisis. For the state-owned companies to contribute to the successful implementation of the National Development Plan, they must be financially sound. They must be properly governed and managed. We will ensure the implementation of the recommendations of the Presidential Review Commission of State-Owned Enterprises, which outlines how the institutions should be managed. The Deputy President chairs the Interministerial Committee, which is tasked with ensuring the implementation of these recommendations. We have to streamline and sharpen the mandates of the companies and ensure that where there are overlaps in the mandates, there is immediate rationalization. Those companies that are no longer relevant to our development agenda will be phased out. Government developments to which they report will set the agenda and identify key projects for the state-owned companies to implement over a defined period. Proper monitoring and evaluation will be done. These interventions are essential for growth and also for the reduction of national debt levels. Compatriots, we must take advantage of the exchange rate as well as the recent changes of visa regulations to boost inbound tourism. South Africa's tourism will invest 100 million rand a year to promote domestic tourism, encouraging South Africans to tour their country. We have heard concerns from companies about delays in obtaining visas for skilled personnel from abroad, while we prefer that employers prioritize local workers. Our migration policy must also make it possible to import scarce skills. The draft migration policy will be presented to Cabinet during the course of 2016. We've heard the appeals for policy certainty in the mining sector, especially with regards to the minerals and petroleum resources development bill. The bill was referred back to Parliament last year. We await Parliament to conclude the processing, which we trust will be done expeditiously. Compatriots, we need to empower SMMEs to accelerate their growth. Access to high-quality, innovative business support can dramatically improve the success rate of new ventures. The Department of Small Business Development was established to provide such targeted support to small business. Economic transformation and black empowerment remain a key part of all economic programs of government. One of our new interventions is the Black Industrialist Scheme, which has been launched to promote the participation of black entrepreneurs in manufacturing. We urge big business to partner with the new manufacturers, including businesses owned by women and the youth, as part of broadening the ownership and control of the economy. Compatriots, we are proud of our top 10 ranking in the World Economic Forum Competitiveness Report with respect to financial services. Maintaining and indeed improving our ranking is important to our competitiveness as a country. It is also fundamental to our ambition to become a financial center for Africa. The banks, through the Banking Association of South Africa, are to launch a project aimed at establishing a center of excellence for financial services and leadership training. This will ensure that, as a country, we can attract, nurture, develop, and retain the best talent in financial services in our country and across our continent. They will work with the Minister of Finance and the National Treasury to get this one. We believe that this will, over time, ensure that we can expand the pool of financial skills and broaden the job opportunities for many young people. This strategic project from the banking sector is a positive and encouraging outcome of our engagement with business this week. Together, we move South Africa forward. Mase kudibhedwa bobe ngazi bekuthiwani laba babangumsindo. Bobheda babheke le nale nale. Compatriots, we have made an undertaking to spend public funds wisely and to cut wasteful expenditure. But without compromising on the core business of government and the provision of services to our people. In 2013, the Minister of Finance announced a number of cost containment measures. Excessive and wasteful expenditure has been reduced, but there is still more to be done to cut wastage. I would like to announce some measures this evening. Overseas trips will be curtailed, and those requesting permission will have to motivate strongly and provide the benefit of the country. The sizes of delegations will be greatly reduced and standardized. Further restrictions on conferences, catering, entertainment, and social functions will be instituted. And the budget vote dinners for stakeholders hosted by government departments in Parliament after the delivery of the budget speeches will no longer take place. The Minister of Finance will announce more measures and further details in the budget vote speech on the 24th of February.
Order, members. Don't drown the speaker on the podium.
They've been just saying the people are listening in the country. And let the people listen. Bazwa kahle bandla. The executive management and boards of public agencies and state-owned companies must undertake similar measures. I also invite premiers of all 9 provinces, as well as mayors, to join us as we begin eliminating wasteful expenditures within government. I trust that Parliament and the judiciary will also be persuaded to consider the implementation of similar measures. Compatriots, a big expenditure item that we would like to persuade Parliament to consider is the maintenance of 2 capitals. Pretoria as the administrative one and Cape Town as the legislative capital. We believe that the matter requires the attention of Parliament soon. The executive has looked into this matter, and the cost is too big to be maintained, because it means, particularly with the executive, we must have two houses, one in Pretoria, one in Cape Town. Must have two cars, one in Pretoria, one in Cape Town. You must have a number of officials traveling up and down, and because they've got no infrastructure, using the hotels. This is a matter to be considered on an urgent basis if we are to save costs. Compatriots, we all have a lot to do to turn the economy around and to cut wastage. We will go through a difficult period for a while, but when the economy recovers, we will be proud of ourselves for having done the right things. Compatriots, I would now like to report back on the undertakings made last year. During the State of the Nation address in February 2015, I announced the 9-point plan to respond to sluggish growth. The 9-point plan consists of revitalization of the agriculture and agro-processing value chain, advancing beneficiation, adding value to our mineral wealth, more effective implementation of a higher impact industrial policy action plan, unlocking the potential of SMME cooperative, township, and rural enterprises, resolving the energy challenges, stabilizing the labor market, scaling up private sector investment, growing the ocean economy, cross-cutting areas to reform, boost, and diversify the economy, science and technology and innovation, water and sanitation, transport, infrastructure, broadband rollout, state-owned enterprises. We have made significant progress in the implementation of the plan. Progress has been made to stabilize the electricity supply. There has been no load shedding since August last year. Which has brought relief for both households and industry alike. Government has invested 83 billion rand in Eskom, which has enabled the utility to continue investing in Medupi and Kusile while continuing with a diligent maintenance program. Additional units from Ingula power station will be connected in 2017, even though some of them will begin synchronization this year. The multiple big windows of the renewable independent power producer program have attracted an investment of 194 billion rand. This initiative is a concrete example of how government can partner with the private sector to provide practical solutions to an immediate challenge that faces our country. Cheers. That neat. In 2016, government will select the preferred bidders for the coal independent power producers. Requests for proposals will also be issued for the first windows of gas to power bids. The nuclear energy expansion program remains part of the future energy mix. Our plan is to introduce 9,600 megawatts of nuclear energy in the next decade, in addition to running Quebec nuclear power plant. We will test the market to ascertain the true cost of building modern nuclear plant. Let me emphasize that we will only procure nuclear on a scale and pace that our country can afford. Compatriots, our government, through the Department of Trade and Industry, introduced a number of initiatives in the past few years to boost investments in the manufacturing sectors, especially textile, leather, and the automotive sector. Progress has been made in these sectors. The incentives for the automotive sector have attracted investments of over 25 billion rand over the last 5 years. We welcome key investments from Mercedes, General Motors, Ford, Beijing Auto Works, the Meta Group, BMW, Goodyear, and VW. The clothing and textile sector has also been successfully established after a difficult few years. Multinational companies such as Nestle, Unilever, Samsung, and Hensese have also affirmed South Africa as a regional infrastructure hub. They have retained and expanded their investments in new plants. Indeed, the progress made in manufacturing has certainly demonstrated that the incentive programs are effective and attractive to investors. Compatriots, I announced programs for the revitalization of agriculture last year. we introduced the Agri-Parks program aimed at increasing the participation of smallholder farmers in agricultural activities. Construction has begun in at least 5 spring parks, which are Westland in Gauteng, Springbok Pan in Northwest, Wilsberg in Western Cape, Ngocha in the Eastern Cape, and in Kangala in Mpumalanga. The agricultural program must empower women farmers as well. Allow me to introduce the winner of the Female Entrepreneur of the Year 2015, Miss Julia Shungube from Komazi municipality in Mpumalanga. She has succeeded, having come from the security sector. She has been working as a security. And in the process of her working as a security, started farming. And that activity led her to become the best young farmer in South Africa. Well done. Honorable Speaker and Honorable Chair, land reform remains an important factor as we pursue transformation. I spoke about the 50-50 policy framework last year, which proposes relative rights for people who live and work on farms. 27 proposals have been received from commercial farmers, and 4 are being implemented in the Eastern Cape and the Free State. I also announced the regulation of land holdings bill, which should place a ceiling on land ownership at a maximum of 12,000 hectares and would prohibit foreign nationals from owning land. They would be eligible for long-term leases. The draft bill will be presented to Cabinet in the first semester of the year. We also announced the reopening of land claims for people who had missed the 1998 deadline. The number of new land claims that have been lodged stood at close to 120,000 as of December last year. Compatriots, as we are aware, 5 provinces have been seriously affected by the drought, namely Northwest, KwaZulu-Natal, Free State, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. Government provides relief to affected communities. Isomiso sixakile impela bakwethu ezifundazweni eziningi. Imfuyo iyafa kanti nezolimo zisele emuva. Isikhathi esinzima lesi ikakhulu kubalimi nakubo bonke abantu basemakhaya. Uhulumeni uzoqhubeka nokuxhasa abalimi kanye nokusiza imphakathi ngezimoto ezithwala amanzi. Let me take this opportunity to commend the civil society initiative, Operation Hydrate. And others for the provision of water relief to many communities in distress. The building of water infrastructure remains critical so that we can expand access to our people and industry. The first phase of the Mogolo and Crocodile water augmentation project in Lephalale area in Limpopo is fully operational. It will provide 30 million cubic meters of water per annum. The raising of the Clan William Dam wall in the Western Cape entails raising the existing dam level by 13 meters to provide additional water supply. To curb water wastage, the Department of Water and Sanitation has begun its program of training 15,000 young people as artisans. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, on improving labor relations, we welcome the agreement reached by social partners at NEDLAC on the principle of a national minimum wage. Deliberations continue on the level at which the minimum wage must be placed. It is important to emphasize that the national minimum wage should be implemented in a manner that does not undermine employment creation, the thriving of small businesses, or sustained economic growth. We are also encouraged by reports from NEDLAC that a framework to stabilize the labor market by reducing the length of strikes and eliminating violence during strike action is being finalized. We have heard the concerns of Labor and Tax Amendment Act that I signed into law in December, following its passing by Parliament. Government is in discussion with COSATU about the matter, and a solution is being sought. Discussions are also ongoing within government, led by the Department of Social Development and National Treasury, with regards to finalizing the comprehensive social security policy. Compatriots, only a few years ago, our mining sector was in turmoil, especially on the platinum belt. The situation has improved, and we commend business and labor for the progress made. Another positive development in the mining sector was the leaders' declaration to save jobs, which was signed by mining industry stakeholders in August 2015. We urge the parties to implement the agreement and to continue seeking ways of saving jobs. We appeal to business again that retrenchments should not be the first resort when they face difficulties. Compatriots, in 2014, we launched the popular Operation Pakisa Big Fast Results methodology and implemented it in the ocean economy, health, education, and mining sector. 7 billion rand has been committed in new port facilities following the adoption of a public-private partnership model for port infrastructure development by Transnet National Ports Authority. Compatriots, we were concerned that South Africa did not own vessels while we are surrounded by about 3,000 kilometers of a coastline. Through the oceans economy segment of Operation Pakisa, we are trying to solve this challenge. I'm pleased that 2 bulk carrier vessels have been registered in Port Elizabeth and a 3rd tanker in Cape Town under the South African flag. Cheers. Another positive Operation Pakisa development has been launched of the fuel storage facility here in Cape Town, bringing an investment of 660 million rand. Agriculture appears to be an important growth area within the oceans economy segment of Operation Pakisa. Close to 350,000 rand private sector investment has thus far been committed in the agricultural sector. 9 aquaculture farms are already in production. These farms are located within the Eastern Cape, KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Northern Cape. We continue to promote innovation within the 9-point plan program. The Department of Science and Technology will finalize the Sovereign Innovation Fund, a public-private funding partnership aimed at commercializing innovations that are from ideas from the public and the private sector. Government will fast-track the implementation of the first phase of broadband rollout to connect more than 5,000 government facilities in 8 district municipalities over a 3-year period. Funding to the tune of 740 million rand over a 3-year period has been allocated in this regard. Compatriots, a lot of work was done in the social sector as well in the past year. Government has responded to the financial shortfall arising from the 0% university fee increase, as agreed in meeting with students and vice-chancellors last year. The Minister of Finance will provide the details of education shortfall funding in the budget speech. I have appointed a judicial commission of inquiry into higher education. We urge all stakeholders to cooperate with the commission and help ensure its success. On the health front, the life expectancy of South Africans for both males and females has significantly improved and is currently 62 years across genders. Which is an increase of 8.5 years since 2005. The HIV policy turnaround in 2009 led to a massive rollout of HIV testing and treatment for 3.2 million people living with the virus. This has contributed immensely to healthier and longer lives for those infected. We acknowledge the contribution of partners in the South African National AIDS Council, which is chaired by the Deputy President. Our next step is to revive prevention campaigns, especially amongst the youth. The Minister of Health will soon announce a major campaign in this regard. I am also happy to announce that the state-owned pharmaceutical company, Kehlapile, has been established. Kehlapela. Kehlape. Pila. Ke yona eo. The company will participate in the supply of antiretroviral drug to the Department of Health from the 2016 to 2017 financial year. Meanwhile, the white paper on the national health insurance was released in December, aimed at improving health care for everyone in South Africa. Compatriots, local government elections will be held within 3 months after the 18th of May, the date of the last elections. We urge all citizens who are over the age of 18 to register to vote during the first registration weekend, 5 and 6 March 2016. We urge the youth, in particular who are turning 18 years of age this year, to register in their numbers. for this first ever opportunity to cast their votes. Our Back to Basics local government revitalization plan was launched in September 2014, and 2015 has been the year of intensive implementation of this program. In this second phase of implementation, national government will engage in more active monitoring and accountability measures. This includes announced municipality visits, spot checks of supply chain management processes, the implementation of recommendations of a forensic report, site visits of municipal infrastructure grant-funded projects, and increased interventions to assist struggling municipalities. A 10-point plan of Back to Basics priority actions has been developed to guide this next phase. The plan includes the promotion of community engagement, which is absolutely critical to enable communities to provide feedback on their experience of local government. I already undertook a walkabout at Marabastad taxi and bus rank in Pretoria on Monday to speak to informal traders and commuters. The majority of complaints and issues raised related to municipal services. They would like the Tshwane municipality to clean the area and also to fix some broken sewage pipes. Traders said they needed and were prepared to pay. They alerted me that many people in Elandsproot receive RDP houses, but instead of occupying them, they either sell them or rent them out to other people. And they ask government to intervene. Mrs. Baloy, who runs a small business, complained about Nyahupe drug addicts who steal goods from traders. Other commuters said, I must visit Kwaggafontein in the former Kwandebele and see the lack of service delivery. I will visit the area soon. I was also able to speak to foreign nationals who said they queue daily to apply for documentation from the Department of Home Affairs. We will continue to visit communities to hear their concerns and suggestions. Issues raised during the visit will be followed up by the respective departments. In this instance, the head of the office at Marabastad of Home Affairs responded to all issues raised by the foreigners. It was clear that some of them did not understand the procedures But of course, we also said there must be a communication between the office there to the people who are outside. And I've already spoken to the Minister of Home Affairs about making it a point that those people where they stand, we prepare a place better. Compatriots, the South African Police Service is undergoing a turnaround and has adopted the back-to-basics approach to management to rebuild the organization and to improve performance at all underperforming police stations. We note, sadly, as well that 57 police officers have been murdered to date during the 2015 to 2016 financial year. We condemn this criminality strongly. We urge the police to defend themselves when attacked within the confines of the law. Compatriots, the African continent remains central to our foreign policy engagements. South Africa continued to support peace and security and regional economic integration through participation in the African Union and the Southern African Development Community initiatives. We continued to assist sister countries in resolving their issues, for an example, in the Lesotho and South Sudan. The South African National Defence Force represented the country bravely and remarkably well in peacekeeping missions on the continent. We are truly proud of our soldiers. They will be showcasing their capability in Port Elizabeth from the 13th to the 21st of February, the celebration of Armed Forces Day. The agreement by BRICS nations of the new development bank, or BRICS Bank, came into force, and the bank is envisaged to approve its inaugural projects in April this year. We participated in the India-Africa Summit as well as the Forum of Cooperation between Africa and China as we strengthened these important partnerships. China announced investments of $50 billion US, of which South Africa will receive $10 billion US for infrastructure, industrialization, and skills development. On North-South cooperation, we continue to engage. We continue the engagements with the European Union as a bloc, which is our largest trading partner and foreign investor. Over 2,000 EU companies operate within South Africa, creating over 350,000 jobs. South Africa's relations with the USA and Canada continue to strengthen, especially in the areas of economy, health, education, energy, water, safety, and security, capacity building, and the empowerment of women. The renewal and expansion of the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, provides a platform for the enhancement of industrialization and regional integration. All outstanding issues around AGOA are being attended to. Compatriots, we extend good wishes to all athletes who have qualified for the Olympic Games to be held in Rio de Janeiro. We encourage participation in several programs aimed at promoting health styles and nation building. These include the National Recreation Day, the Nelson Mandela Sports and Culture Day, the World Move for Health Day, the Golden Games, and the Andrew Mlangeni Golf Development Day. Compatriots, a committee has been established to coordinate the participation of our performing arts legends in nation-building activities in the country. The Living Legends Committee is chaired by playwright Mr. Welcome Somi, working with the music icon Ms. Letambulu as deputy chair. We are also happy that musicians and actors, amongst others, heeded our call to unite and have formed the Creative Industries Federation of South Africa. The presidency has established the Presidential Creative Industries Task Team to support our artists. Compatriots, to achieve our objectives of creating jobs, reducing inequality, and pushing back the frontiers of poverty, we need faster growth. In the National Development Plan, we set our aspirations, our aspirational target growth of 5% per year, which we had hoped to achieve in 2019. Given the economic conditions I've painted earlier, it is clear that we will not achieve that growth target at the time we had hoped to achieve it. Though the touch of global and domestic conditions should propel us to redouble our efforts, working together as all sectors. In this regard, it is important to act decisively to remove domestic constraints to growth. We cannot change the global economic conditions, but we can do a lot to change the local conditions. Let us work together to turn the situation around. It can be done. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Order. After I have adjourned the joint sitting, members and guests should please remain at their places until the procession has left the chamber. The guests in the gallery should remain seated until the ushers indicate that the doors are open. The procession will leave the chamber in this manner. It will be led by the Sergeant-at-Arms, the Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the President, the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Deputy President, the Secretary to Parliament. This concludes the business of the day. This joint sitting is adjourned.
Well, President Jacob Zuma eventually managing to, of course, deliver his State of the Nation after about an hour or so of really finding it difficult to begin the task. But in the end,
managed to get it over.
Deliver it.
Absolutely, the nation.